Hey everyone. Sorry, hold on. I have to. Let me get the YouTuber voice on. Hey everyone, Cool Kid here. Thank you for joining this dog shit stream. I think it's late enough I can say that now. Hope you're all having a good one. You know, good morbing as always. Good morbing. Hope you're all having a good one. You know, wherever it is and wherever you are. This is another one of those streams that I'm doing as a procrastination measure. I've been working a lot on the Bizarre Balance video lately. But man, it is taking an eternity. Like, this video is taking so much more time than I thought it would. It's just over halfway done now, and I don't think the remaining sections are going to be very hard. A lot of it is just, you know, showing footage and explaining things. I think I'm through the parts that are the most difficult, but I'm feeling so exhausted from finishing the section I just did. You know, we'll just stream for a bit as like a way to decompress. I am considering adding a section to the video. So, most of the sections of the video take like 7 to 10 minutes to explain. More like, I guess 5 to 10 minutes to explain. But I have what I call the lightning round at the end, where it's a bunch of things that are like smaller, so they don't really require as much explanation, but they still confuse me. I'm debating adding Foley to that section and how her 4 lifts enemies out of the range of her arc traps, because I think that's kind of stupid. I don't know if I'll bother with that, because I've added a few sections to the video after writing and recording it. But we'll see. We'll see. I think currently like 12 Warframes are talked about, and then Segek is also in that video too as its own subject. But that should be coming out mid this week is the current pace it's on, I think. My hope is Wednesday. It might be Thursday. It depends. Because I don't want to upload a video that is like I don't want to rush it out the door. From Foley Spore, I'm actually not sure, to be perfectly honest with you. You found balance-wise? You'll have to see. I don't know if I'd pick like a thing that I think is the worst. And it's also like, the point of the video is not to say that anything I'm talking about is bad, like from a power level perspective. It's more of like, why the fuck does that work that way? That was basically the idea for the video, was just asking myself that question. Why does that work that way? So that's what I'm gonna move forward with, is just like a bunch of like, why is this like this mentality. Yeah, like I said, there's quite a few Warframes covered. I just finished Baruch, who I think is the longest section. I believe that his section is 9.5 minutes or something like that. But that's kind of the plan. I should probably get my in-game stuff set up, so I'm not like, this is supposed to be a Warframe stream. I don't think people want to sit here and see the my dumbass fucking meme collection or whatever. Okay, we'll just hang that up. Today's live reaction was contributed by Torn Cheetah over on the Discord. So big thanks to them for that. Be revamped in some way. I mean, I'll be honest, at this point, it's kind of a relic, because so many factions don't even have mods. I don't know. I feel like it'd probably be worth changing. If you mean like from a math perspective, I think that depends. But like the actual mods themselves are kind of stupid at this point. They're not really worth using. And not most like end game factions don't even have them. It's a loot. Yeah, Baruch's section is about a loot. There, you know what? Fuck it. I'll just spoil who's in the video. Let me think of them off the top of my head. Segek, Atlas, Oberon, Baruch, Grendel. The fuck is after Grendel? Hydroid, Katrine, Titania, Ivara, Ember, Varuna, and Uriel? I think that's all of them. I'm debating adding Foley to the ending section. When asked about Kome, not currently in the cards, though honestly I probably could give a section to Kome just about her 1 and her 4 not really interacting at all, because that is kind of weird. But I don't know, maybe I'll add them. Like, the thing is, the video is already 50 minutes long currently, and I'm kind of just sitting here like, do I really want to keep adding to this? Like, this is never gonna get done if I keep adding to it. Crystallize. The specific section for Citrine is about Crystallize, because the red crits from Crystallize deal less damage than a regular crit headshot because of how the math shakes out. Though I have at the end of that section, I explained that I don't think this means Crystallize is bad. I just think it's weird. Like, that, like, of all of the things that I talk about in the video, I don't even think that one necessarily needs, like, a fix. I just think it's weird. That's the entire reason I'm talking about it. It's Blue Shard week. That's unfortunate. Well, load into the Sanctum and see what dog shit I have available. I've just been working on stuff, so I'm not really sure. Like, I don't even think I've checked since the reset happened. What's available? Araxia's Prey. I'm sorry, if you have this title on, I'm assuming you're into something weird. I just... With a title like that being in the game, if you call yourself Prey, I'm a little... like... I don't know. You see where I'm coming from on this, right? Something about that is questionable. Terminate, Assassination, and Disruption. Well, that's not too bad. I don't... because I kind of want to use Hillervo, but I don't really have any melees that I would love for that. I mean, I have Kestrel, I guess. I do have Cedo and Daiku, actually. That's pretty good. I could go for Uriel, or for a fucking Hillervo and not take Dropped Guard. Or I could just take all of these and then pick someone else. But the modifiers here aren't terrible. Frame Curse Syndrome is going to be annoying, though. I already know that. You know what? Let's go see what's going on in Holbaniac. And Bondage. You know, maybe. Maybe. Look, I'm not making any specific claims. I'm just saying generally speaking. Generally speaking. Acolytes? Yeah, like I said, it's one of those things that I just think it's weird. Like, it's not like I think that's like a design flaw, like some of the other things I talked about where I do think they should be changed. I just think it's strange. Defense, Legacyte Harvest, and Assassination. Hostile Regeneration? Does that apply to the tank? Fucking Transference Distortion is in here. I got Citrine, Uriel, and Ember, though, which is decent. I don't love any of my weapons, though. Huh. Actually, I have Dara. That's workable. That's workable. I think I might just drop Transference Distortion from that one. I think I'll do Deep Archimedia first, though. I think I'll do Deep Archimedia first. And it's alive. Yeah, it's alive being able to appear. Dude, what the fuck? Why did the fucking Oculus app open on my computer? Could you kill yourself? Go away. What the? I can't even close it. Fuck off, maybe? Get out. Get out. That's it. I'm cracking open Task Manager. I'm doing it. Why are you open? Fuck you. Die. Thank you. Jesus. We'll be like... I mean, I don't really know. Like, with how weird all of the Incarnins we got recently were in terms of how they worked, I don't really have any, like, expectations for what would be next. Like, the Vectis shoots explosive orbs. Okay, you know what? Low-key? What if I just picked low-key? I think that would be fun. I don't know what I've got on him these days. I don't play him much. But I think that would be fun. Disruption would probably benefit most from Daikyu. I didn't even mentally process I have Akyu Core. That's good. And then I think Kestrel's probably my best spot there. What setup do I have on right now? Is it the bounce one or the... Okay, yeah, I think this is the heavy attack. Let's do the bounce one. It's fun. I don't know if I'd call it that good, but maybe that's just because I'm incompetent. I have one. This is fine. Fuck it. I don't care. How many weapon slots do you have? Enough. I'll put it that way. At one point, like many years ago now, I got a 75% off, and I spent a bunch of that on weapon slots I wouldn't need anymore. Same with Warframe slots. Now I have not needed to buy them for many years. Okay. I kind of want to do the full clear. Like, I feel like I could probably do it. I say like I'm not going to get my shit rocked. My only real concern for damage is this. Actually, though, what about what's my art gun? What do I have on right now? Uva Gradle? I don't think that'll be efficient enough ammo-wise. I think Bozalon's probably better. Then we'll take you. Yeah, I think this is fine. I definitely need the 50 phosphor, right? It's fine. There's no vampiric luminous. They can't hurt me.
You in the mood for a little?
Innervate Larkspur. I mean, Larkspur is actually quite good for this. I don't know how good it would be for the boss, though. That's the main thing I'm worried about. And because the Fragmented... Oh, no, the Fragmented doesn't have status immunity, right? Shit, actually, that might be better than what I took. I'm not gonna lie. Okay. I certainly hope I don't have a weird build on my Daikyu. Sometimes I have, like, weapons where my configs are a bit jumbled and I'm not really sure where the actually good one is. And that's purely because I'm fucking stupid. Like, I'm not gonna deny that for a second. Jump that guy, please. Okay, maybe this was actually not the greatest of plans, because now they're all gonna, like, wiggle around. You know a weapon packs a fucking punch when it insta-kills a Culver into the arm. Now I don't have to worry about not triggering headshot modifiers. Okay. It's this way. Welcome. I guess that's someone. The thing I see is Loki. I'm bricked. Look, I'm gonna be honest. Loki's not as bad as people act like he is. I know that probably just looks like I'm being a contrarian, but like I genuinely think that. Hi, Bone Widow. That was not a good shot. Dude, what the fuck am I doing? Just break the thing. Where is your hitbox actually? What the fuck was that? 405 million damage. Did I read that right? Someone run that shit back. Instant replay. Was that 405 million? What the hell? I mean, Daikyu Prime does some fuck shit, but I didn't expect that to happen. Shit, okay. We take those, I guess, but I just did not see that coming. I did not see that coming. Anyhow. You know, the funny thing about this is because Invis is just insanely overpowered in Warframe, I don't really have to worry that much. Like, I could be using my other abilities right now, but what value would they really provide me? It's bugged? I mean, I don't know. Daikyu definitely packs a crazy punch, especially with its, like, prime passive that gives it even more headshot crit chance, I think it is. Can someone drop me a key? Fuck, thank you. Also, I'm sorry if there's a lot of background noise. They are building a store or something right next to my apartment. Dude, I'm gonna be honest, like, I'm kind of happy that they're building it, because on the one hand, that means that I can go there, like, at my leisure, right? It's close enough that I can walk to it very easily. Which is a nice thing to have. But on the other hand, dude, it's just awful to have that happening right next to where you live. Because as I've been working on stuff today, there's just this, like, constant vibrating from all of the heavy machinery out there that's giving me a headache. I'm not a fan of it. Is it morally correct to gas my group of friends and say I'm coming even though I'm not, because I know they won't come if I will? What does that mean? Well, as in, like, a group gathering? Or is it, like, are they going to, like, a circle jerk? Sorry, maybe I'm misinterpreting this item. Could you hold still, maybe, you little fuck? Can I shoot you? Maybe I need to stop using decoy because my aim is actually too dog shit. Bomb. Okay. I just multiple question marks. You know, I'm just asking. I'm just asking. You're saying they won't come. I think that's sad. I think that's messed up. Wait, do they... Hold on. Do they have a damage vulnerability thing if they collide with a surface? I'm actually not sure. Maybe they do have something like that. 897 million. Okay, there must be like an execution or something going on there. It should not deal that much. With the murmur. I mean, it does, I think, for enemies that have weapons. Like if I... Well, he fell over. I don't think I've ever seen that animation before. Okay, I guess the answer is no. They just kind of go to sleep for a little bit. Also, shout out irradiating disarm, not inflicting irradiation proc. Fuck, maybe that should be in the video. How are you alive? It's called being invisible. You see, one of the nice things about being invisible is that if enemies can't see you, they probably won't shoot at you. And if they're not shooting at you, you don't really have to worry too much about dying. Where the fuck? Oh, I was gonna say, like, the waypoint is in a spot that there's not a door. The sex again? It happened. It happened. Help me out. I'm glad that it helped. Not many people watch those videos, so I'm glad they helped someone. 40 seconds of duration. Is it a modifier thing? I honestly wasn't paying attention. I don't know I think this build has like 200-something% duration. I think I put a little bit more investment into range for the 4. I don't remember. I don't play Loki very often. I just realized I went the wrong way. I was following the Gruzzling. Shit, he actually might fucking blow it up. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Dude, I have no stacks of my headshot buff either. This is not looking good. Wait, will he stop and attack the decoy? No, he really could not give a fuck less, actually. I need stacks, I need stacks. I went the wrong way. Okay, well, actually, never mind. I shouldn't have been scared at all. Holy fuck. I don't know what I was upset about. Is how gonna be the sex update? Dude, 1999 was the sex update. What do you need? It already happened, Gator. It already happened. Okay, I was gonna say. I need you to blow up so I can pick that up. Can I switch teleport someone for the speed bonus? It's not like huge, but it's kind of nice. Why is the texture for the corrosive proc moving like that? You guys see that? That's weird. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. What is this guy doing? Well, we have a bit of a group gathering here, I think. A bit of a gamer meetup. Die? Can I get a carry for each? Yeah, I have this prime. Die. Anyways. I'm sorry, I just thought it'd be funny. Doing the chowder thing? Yeah, literally. Based on location. I'm wondering if it is like the chowder. I don't know what the effect is called, but I know what you mean by the chowder thing. Okay, these guys need to stop attacking my decoy. It's making my life harder. I am prone to doing that for myself. Okay. Also, I just want to say that I'm sorry if the stream randomly ends. I lost power for like 30 minutes earlier, and I don't know why. I'm wondering if the construction next door hit a line or something, and like, obviously it's back now. But I'm, like, if it just goes out again, just know that I fucking died. Definitely Rebecca Ford, yeah, indeed it is. Better than Warframe. I mean, I haven't played it in a while, but you have to consider that Soulframe is being built on, you know, a decade of knowledge learned from Warframe, right? I'm pretty sure that in some of the original interviews with Jeff about it, he even said that, like, a big goal for them was to not repeat some of the mistakes that they made when making Warframe, so... I don't know. As much as I love this game, there are things about it that I think were probably just not great design decisions, or even just like structural things. Like maybe this is going to be a weird take. I feel like the existence of prime weapons is kind of stupid. Now, to elaborate on why I think this, it's like a built-in system of planned obsolescence, right? Like, if you release something, like, look at Citrine's weapons, Deathlos and Chlorophyll. Because they're her signature weapons, we pretty much knew they were going to be her prime weapons. We don't have confirmation, I guess, for Chlorophyll, but it's overwhelmingly likely it will be. Or I guess Varuna, right? Paragale and Seraphine. Because they were her signature weapons, we knew they were going to be the primes. So it's like this weird system of built-in planned obsolescence, where it's like, well, this thing's probably going to get a prime eventually, or in the case of Warframes, it will definitely get a prime eventually. So this is going to become outdated just because the system is built that way. Which I think is really weird. Don't get me wrong, I still invest in things knowing full well they're probably going to get primed because it's going to take like 4 years. I'd like to enjoy them now. I think it's just strange that they do it that way. Since she has 3 signature weapons. If it's anything like Gara, they're going to drop one. I hope they don't, but Gara didn't get her knives as part of her prime access, which was super fucking lame. Not a huge fan of that, to be honest. These guys have no heads, which is really fucking with me on this. Did you drop a key? Maybe? Thank you for the $10 Canadian. That had a subscription for trying to monetize the inventory so hard. I mean, on the one hand, like, maybe, but on the other hand, I think that subscription-based games are so generally inaccessible that I don't know if it could survive that way. Like, I don't know how many games are operating on a subscription model these days, but, like, isn't it just WoW? Does Final Fantasy still do that? Did they ever do that? Shit, dude, I've never played it. I don't know if the game could have survived like that, because it would make it so inaccessible. A big part of what made Warframe successful was that it was so easy to get into, right? I will say that the inventory is over-monetized, for sure. I do agree with that. I really hate the way slots are handled. I think it's very difficult. Dude, look at that fucking slashback. He's just gonna die. Well, goddamn. Need to try? Oh, okay. Can I hit anything? Dude, I actually... Look, I'm tired, okay? I'm tired. I woke up at 10 o'clock last night after taking a nap. So, you know, I'm not all there mentally. But, like, this is especially bad. I've been at this mission for 12 minutes? Okay, we gotta pick up the fucking pace, dude. Have new shit to sell. Well, I mean, it's a live service game, though, right? Like, I feel like any live service game lives on constant releases of content. If there were less weapons in the game, it's not even just because it's less things for people to buy, it's less things for people to go and get, and I feel like that would probably cause, like, some loss in retention for people, because there's less stuff for them to do. Like, yeah, there are some weapons in this game that suck, and I'm not a huge fan of that, or weapons that are designed to not be good, or to be replaced with an objectively better variation of themselves. But I think that having a lot, like, 1.4 billion. Fuck, dude, what? Okay, whatever. I don't even know anymore. But I think that it's fine for a game like this to prioritize having a lot of content. That's kind of how these things function. I will say, though, for Prime Access being the main vessel of monetization for this game in terms of, like, big amounts of money, sometimes they just suck, and I don't know why. Like, you'd think if they were to release a Prime Access, they would, like, make sure everything in them is worth paying real money for. But, like, look at Hildren Prime Access. Outside of its cosmetics, that Prime Access fucking sucked. I believe that Larkspur Prime was like a 4% crit chance and 0.2 times crit multiplier increase. Shade Prime has like 20 more armor than the Prisma Shade, so like who fucking cares? And obviously Hildren Prime herself has like some stat bonuses, but really the Warframe stat buffs hardly matter anymore. It's not like OG Warframe where, you know, Volt went from, fuck, what was it? 15 armor to 100 on his Prime or something like that? Maybe I need to just... This ain't looking good. Maybe muzzle on. Yeah, and then look at like Gyre. I like Kestrel. Oh, was it Postmortal Surges? God damn it. I like Kestrel, but Alternox Prime still doesn't have a headshot multiplier, and at this point, I just genuinely don't know why they hate that weapon so much. I don't know. I don't know what's up with that. Something strong. I mean, I think that DE definitely knows how to make something strong. There have been plenty of strong weapons released over time. Honestly, I wonder if sometimes Prime Accesses just get rushed out or something. I don't know. I don't get it. Like, the art, you know, side of things always does a great job. But sometimes, like, the mechanical element of it just kind of flops, and I don't really get it. But when it comes to Prime Accesses, like, the things that I would hope that they would do with a Prime Access is, one, make the weapon better statistically, right? Or if it's too good, like, already, for that to be worth doing, then give it something interesting. Be it a gimmick or, like, a statistical difference that feels different than just, like, a buff, right? So, like, for example, did he just dip on me? Okay, whatever. I love self-staggering because of post-mortal surges. So look at, like, Exceltra and Icarius, right? Exceltra and Icarius were already very good weapons prior to the release of their primes. They were very popular weapons. So Icarius and Exceltra had this interesting change where they were made, like, their worst stats were made more useful. So Exceltra got a usable status chance, and Icarius got a usable crit chance. But in exchange, they both had their fire rate reduced. So there is, like, they feel very different than their non-prime counterparts. Because it's like, okay, well, now I have access to these stats that previously weren't really useful for the Icarius and the Exceltra. But now I also have this, like, downgrade beforehand. Which I just think is interesting, that it's like you have this kind of trade-off there. Otherwise, I just think that prime gimmicks are fun. Like, look at Kestrel with its, like, increased bounce limit. Like, that's cool. Dude, I keep getting shocked by the Shock Eximus or hurt by the post-mortal surges. My invis is actually kind of not helping me here. Celebrated yesterday. That seems like an... I would imagine that's a fun time. I don't know. I don't think I've got thick enough hair for that. My hair is fairly long. I don't think it's that thick. Well, I mean, if he deleted it, I guess I wouldn't know if that's confirmed. I don't think DE hates Gyre. I mean, she's gotten several good augments over the years, even if one of them is completely, like, a gross example of a mandatory augment. I like Gyre overall. I don't know if I said that the devs don't like her. I don't think her Prime Access was bad from a cosmetic standpoint, at least. I just think that her gun sucks, and I don't know why they don't buff it. Like, it's not horrible. I guess I should probably make that clear. You can use Alternox, and it can work fine. It's just got some weird idiosyncrasies that I don't understand. Dude, the self-stagger is actually going to make me tweak the fuck out. This is the worst part of Post-Mortal Surge, is it's spawning a hitbox right inside of you. Stream Soulframe again? I have never streamed Soulframe. I don't know where the again is coming from. I don't really have any plans to stream Soulframe currently. Maybe I will at some point, but I've always been much more of a sci-fi person than a fantasy person. But, that's just... I love staggering myself. Dude, this mission cannot end fast enough. This is horrendous. Please kill me, dude. Holy shit. This sucks. This fucking sucks. Gotta pay or grind for a second. Well, I mean, like, the Prime versions of weapons should still be good, especially if they were trying to sell them. Like, yeah, the Prime themselves, right, is basically a skin. Like, at this point, the Prime Warframe is basically a skin. But the weapons themselves, like, if you're gonna make it so people can buy them for large sums of money, you'd think they would make that more worth it. But I guess not. In boss arena? Yeah, it'd be like that. Unfortunate. Dude, the heavy machinery is making my fucking apartment vibrate again. I hate this shit. I gotta put myself in, like, you guys see that one thing from John McAfee back when he was still alive, where he was, like, streaming inside, like, a fucking Faraday cage or whatever? I gotta start doing that to protect myself from the, like, hostile vibrations, dude. This sucks. How did that... Wait, do the tracking rockets... Okay, I think that was just hitting me as, like, a stray shot. I was like, do the fucking tracking rockets go for me when I'm invisible? Fun fact, I discovered this because it ruined my fucking footage for something when I was working on analyzing the Anarchs. The Anarch Tenebra has this attack where she jumps up and throws a heat-seeking disc. It targets you when you're invisible. It can still track you when you're invisible. It's like, dude, why? Why, though? Because I was trying to film footage of the Burrito Rebellion, and I just see the disc flying right towards me. And it's like, what? Why can it do that? Because it didn't even deploy the attack because it was, like, attacking me. It was attacking a fucking sentient, the Chudalist or something. Like, fuck out of here, dude. You know what? Just eat that guy's ass. Hold on. No. Just... I hit someone. I'm actually going to kill myself. Why is this not sticking to an enemy? Okay, there we go. There we go. I'm sorry if I'm not reading the chat as much as I normally. Listen, I'm very tired. My mental bandwidth, quite low. It's quite low. So I'm sorry if I seem like low energy or disinterested. Dude, I'm just fucking exhausted. Like I said, I'm trying to take a bit of a break from all the shit I've been doing for the next video. Because it's been quite a bit. And finally kill it with sight. Congrats. I hope that you I guess I'm not sure if you were going for the title or just the glyph, but I'm glad that you managed to knock it out. I have still been toying with the idea of doing a discussion video about the super bosses, like as a whole, and sort of my thoughts about the Warframe community's relationship in general with difficult content. But I don't really know if it's a strong enough idea for me to talk about it, especially because I worry that it'll be interpreted as hostile. Like, I'm very much against, generally speaking, I'm very much against, like, skill issue culture of, you know, like, certain video games where people are just like, oh, we'll just get better. Like, I feel like that's just a way to shut down a lot of discussions about balance. Don't get me wrong, there are some things where it's like, you're just fucking this up. Like, I'm sorry, you just need to get better. Sometimes that is the truth. But it's so often used as just like a one-button shutdown of any legitimate discussion about, like, anything that it kind of pisses me off. So, like, the crux of the super boss video I want to make is explaining why I think they're good. Like, why I think they are good content, and a lot of the critiques of them I don't think hold up. That's what I want the video to be about. And my goal is to go through and kind of, like, common talking points and debunk them, essentially. But it's like, I don't want to contribute to this, you know, like, skill issue culture kind of thing, right? This was my only complaint. The fragmented one has, yeah, a very boring lead-up. I don't hate the lead-up because I think that, like, the parkour element of it is fun. But when you're, like, attempting that boss over and over, it just gets really boring really quickly. I think they generally got better about that as they made new super bosses, though. Like, the tank wasn't quite as long, Vor wasn't very long, and then the Guilty has no lead-up at all, which I think is honestly very nice. It makes it, like, a little bit less of feeling like a secret boss in terms of, like, the activation. But with the argument, like, I've made many videos in my time that argued for a thing that maybe wasn't popular, that many people disagreed with. Like, DE doesn't understand Overguard, the new player experience video, please stop comparing Warframe. Like, all of those videos argued things that I think a lot of people disagreed with, right? And that's fine, they're welcome to disagree with them. But if I've learned anything, over my time on YouTube, it's that the average YouTube commenter is a fucking idiot. Like, I'm sorry, this sounds mean, but it's just the truth. The average YouTube commenter, I think, would lose a debate to a fucking clam. It's legitimately ridiculous. It's so common that people will, like, get mad about things I never said, or completely ignore clarifications that I made to my argument in the video. I genuinely think that half the comments I received never even watched the video. Like, it's so weird. So you hate waffles? Deadass. That fucking, I swear to God. The vibrations of the heavy machinery are giving me a fucking headache. I hate it, dude. This place is a prison. What you said. Yeah, that video was... okay, this has been a few years. Several of you might not know that this happened. I had to shut the comments off on that video because I was getting harassed over, like, daily. I don't think it was, like, Nova Umbral levels of bad, but that was the only video where I ever had to, like, make a provision like that. Because I've been thinking about this a lot, especially with the Hildren thing that I posted recently, which I could talk about this for a while because I have a lot of thoughts on how people responded to me unlisting it. But when it comes to videos I've made that were controversial or argumentative, right, I have kept them up if I think that they are, you know, videos that have merit, right, or that substantiate themselves well, even if people disagree with them. And when that video came out and it got so much pushback, I was considering taking it down. Like, I had talked about it on stream at the time, like, I might just take this down. Like, I'm getting harassed over this to the extent that I hate checking my phone, because YouTube is just constantly showing me notifications of comments telling me that I'm an idiot, right? And I hated it, dude. I fucking hated looking at my YouTube channel. It got so exhausting. But I realized as I thought about it, like, my video's not the problem. People aren't doing this because of, like, behavior I encouraged or endorsed, or something I said that warranted this reaction. They're just being rude. It's not my fault they're doing it. I made that video as good faith criticism for a game that I like. And if people are going to hijack that to be toxic towards me or the developers or anyone else, that isn't my fault. The video does not deserve to go down. But I do think I had a responsibility to stop that from happening. So I shut the comments down. Because, I was exhausted with it. And so it's like, I think I'm just gonna shut the comments down on this so that this stops happening, and I'm just gonna leave it at that. And dude, I got harassed over that decision for weeks after that video, like, that decision was made. I would get comments on my other videos belittling me for that decision all the time. But at that point, I just started banning people from my channel, because I was like, if this is how you're gonna behave, you're not worth letting stay around, right? And they ultimately, you know, petered out over time, and now we're at the point where it's not really a problem anymore. But the thing with the Hildren video, I made a post about it on my community tab that I thought explained things well, but a lot of the comments make it clear that no matter how many times I tell people that I took the video down because I thought it was bad, they just continue to ignore that fact. And I'm gonna be honest, I don't know if this is the right word for it, but I feel like people almost, like, infantilize me when they say shit like this, because it's like, are you sure you're evaluating this feedback critically? Or, like, why are you caving to pressure? Why are you letting your audience gaslight you? And it's like, brother, I can make my own decision. Like, I've posted many videos that got more pushback than this, and I still left them up because I thought that pushback was wrong. This time, it wasn't even pushback. I got so many comments that were legitimately confused about what I was even saying that it made me realize that the video just wasn't clear enough. I don't think that, like, I'm not walking back my overall opinion in that video. Not at all. But it's clear that I did not explain myself well, because a bunch of people were not sure what I was actually arguing in the first place. And when I saw how misinterpreted the video was, I was like, there's no value in leaving this up. If the thing I'm trying to explain, if the idea I'm trying to explain is not explained well, then ultimately what happens is the entire purpose of the discussion is sidelined in exchange for constant clarifications that shouldn't ever have to be made. So what I realized is that it's like, if nobody even understands what I'm actually saying, what the fuck is the point of even leaving the video up in the first place? So I just unlisted it. I didn't think it was a good video. The more I thought about it, the more I just wasn't happy with it. But a lot of people are like offended that I took that video down. And I find that frustrating, because like I said, it was my decision. It is not my audience does not suck, let me put it that way. Generally speaking, my audience is nice to me, and even if that video was more controversial than most things I post, overwhelmingly it was still a positive reception. It was like 95% likes, which is lower than my normal like 98%, but it was still much higher than, you know, you would think if people hated the video. It was not like community pushback or me caving to pressure. I thought the video sucked, and it was clear from the response that it didn't achieve its goal. It's that was the kind of the end of it. But a lot of the people that like responded with comments on that post seemed to very much interpret it as me caving to pressure or something like that. And it just bothers me, because it's like, that's not what's happening here. And I've tried repeatedly to make that clear, that I agree with the critique. That's why I'm following through with it, right? But I don't know. I will say, in regards to that, in regards to that video, I think I am going to repurpose part of it into another video as a... Okay, let me explain it this way. The Hildren part of the video, I'm just gonna drop. I don't care enough at this point to open that can of worms again, and frankly, everyone's fucking talking about it now. Like, genuinely every Warframe video I've been recommended is about Hildren. I just so happened to post my video, like, right when everyone else decided to, I guess. So even though the tweet was, like, 5 days old by the time I got around to it, so I'm just like, you know what, fuck it, this is oversaturated, I don't give a shit, I don't want to talk about this anymore. But the Archimedia rework part, I think, has some merit, and I may work into its own sequel to Randomness as Difficulty. I don't know why that dumbass just stood there. But I think that the rework concept that I was kind of working with, I think has potential. And after some feedback I had received about it in the comments, I kind of want to revisit it as its own standalone video. So that's kind of where I'm at with that, is I might make that like a sequel to Randomness as Difficulty, kind of expanding on the concept I had for an Archimedia overhaul in that video, and, you know, refining it with some, like, patching some holes with some of the ideas I had. That's kind of my current thought process with that. I don't know if I'll make it. I think it could be a fun topic to expand upon, but I don't know. I will say that when it comes to, like, sort of the content pipeline, that I think the game mode tier list is just not coming out at this point. Just kind of like, while we're on the topic. The more I've worked on it, the more I just don't like the idea. Like, whenever I make a tier list video, I always try to make it a point that the goal of the video is to be educational, as opposed to just, like, purely my opinion on some bullshit with no real substantiation as to, like, why. Or I guess, well, I would still substantiate it in some way, but I don't want it to be, like, super subjective. Tier lists are naturally subjective. There's no such thing as an objective tier list. But I want them to be an opportunity to teach people things, but, like, with the status tier list and the passive tier list, that was a big goal for me with both of those videos. And I feel like, as I've thought about the game mode tier list, I just don't think it really works for that. It doesn't feel like there's much I can do there from the educational perspective, right? Like, I could tell you how the game modes work, but who cares? You know how the game modes work if you've ever played them. So it's like, I just feel like the idea just doesn't have a lot of value. I'm considering just unlisting the VOD so it's publicly searchable, and then just letting people watch that. But I don't know. I just feel like I've lost a lot of confidence in the idea, I guess. I just don't feel like it's good. So I think I might just, like, leave that out to dry. That's kind of my, kind of my current thought process with that. I just think I'm just going to leave that out to dry and work on something else. The current stuff that I'm working on right now is the Bizarre Balance video, which should be out in a couple days, hopefully. And then a video about Amisha. I floated the idea a long time ago of doing a video talking about how I think that Amisha is, like, overpowered on purpose, and that as long as it exists in its current state, we can't have Arcwing content that's difficult, and the Guilty Hunhalis really proved that to me, is that the Arcwing cannot be even so much as engaging as long as Amisha exists the way it does, because it is so absurdly overpowered. So, it's like a 20-minute thing. It's not very long. It was another one of those topics that, like, I spun off of the Bizarre Balance video, because... So, fun fact, the Heat Inherit video I made a few months ago now, I think, Heat Inherit Needs Changing, that was originally part of the Bizarre Balance video, but its part of the script got so long that I was like, there's no point in keeping these things together. I should just make this its own video so I can expand on my argument more and not, you know, dominate 20 minutes of a different video with just my feelings on this. Is he in the tree? Oh, okay, no, he's just kind of hanging out up here. He's gonna get away, damn. As an ammo restore. I mean, all that's true, but you have to consider, like, when you look at the top 3 frames, it's because they can duck a lot of modifiers and they're super self-sufficient. Lavos will still, you know, struggle if his guns are all bad. That's just kind of the unfortunate reality for him. You have to think about it, though. It's like, it's the path of least resistance, right? It's the path of least resistance. If other options are good, but they're not the best, then why not pick the best, right? That's kind of how I think of it, at least. Like, I don't know if there's much room for things that are not the best in that kind of context. People will just pick the best. Why ignore most of the modifiers when you can ignore all of them? I did not realize. Yeah, Foley is a good time. I quite like her. Can you guys get out of my fucking zone, please? Oh, I'm not invisible. Ooh, that was scary. This guy's back, though. Can we beat his ass? Did he? You dying? Thank you. Come on, I gotta lock in. I gotta grab these eyes. I just don't want to wait for another round of this, to be honest. Okay. I'm sure-footed for Arcwings. Funnily enough, that's the case if you play Atlas. Atlas's passive applies to your Arcwing, so you won't stagger from hitting things. Okay. You do super bosses in EDA/ETA? I'm actually not sure. I've never really bothered to try. I don't really know why I'd want to try, to be honest with you. Why is this not... Maybe... Oh, I'm hitting E, right? That recalls it. I was like, why is it not bouncing that much? Yeah, maybe because I'm a fucking dumbass. That's why. They actually have to, like, let the glaive get thrown? Novel concept, I know. Yeah, this is where it's at with Kestrel. Just let it fucking bonk around the room. And then once it builds up enough blast procs, yeah, just... Ethical melee influence use? Because it's funny as fuck. I think I might just summon Call in the on-call crew for this, because I really don't want to... Like, I'm not going to be able to build up my... like, headshot bonuses on Daikyu. Like, Amisha is good. It's literally invincible and has infinite energy regeneration, and it can defend objectives with one button press. Amisha is, like, questionably balanced. I'm not gonna lie. Oh, does he also have Overguard? Oh, that's super AIDS. Do both boss fights this week just fucking suck? Is that what's going on here? Yeah, that's not gonna deal enough damage. I think that my on-call might be able to get him if he doesn't die. Yeah, he's chewing through his health. On-calls ignore a lot of damage reduction. ever be viable. I completely disagree with you there. Someone who's been playing Lavos a lot since his release, Lavos isn't bad. He's just a lot more involved than most other Warframes. He has to work very hard to perform, but that's part of why I like him. I think he's fun because he's so different and requires so much forethought. He feels very different than the rest of the cast on those grounds, like, because he's very versatile, but he also has to, like, invest a lot in his cast order, if that makes sense. I don't think Lavos is, like, crazy good or anything. I think he's a strong Warframe. Even prior to Valent Formation, I always really liked him, but... Ow, ow, ow. Play him with Sampities? Yeah, well, if you want to play him like a, you know, like that, I mean, I can't stop you, but... Did he kill? He might have killed my on-call. He might be dead. That would suck. I wouldn't like that at all. Dude, this sucks. This Shock Eximus is fucking torturing me right now. Welcome to Guantanamo Bay with 5 million Eximus units here to beat you to death. This sucks. What if I target my decoy, actually? Maybe I can just get them to move away from the boss? Dude, why? I literally brought Mazel on for this, and I just haven't used it yet. Okay, I need to waypoint the boss so I can see him? There's a lot of Eximus units in here. It's kind of hard to know what I'm looking at. I think, dude, he's in there somewhere. Fuck, it's like playing Where's Waldo. Or I think it's called Where's Wally if you're from the UK. Which, I mean, if you're from the UK, I'm sorry for you. I just wanna make that clear. That sucks. Also, I'm sorry, I'm not really looking at the chat right now. I really don't want to die this late into the run. And with all of the bullshit happening from, like, the nearby Eximus units, like that, there's a very good chance I'll get my ass fucking destroyed. So, I'm really, really prioritizing not dying above all else right now, because I don't want to do this again. I think that all of my heavy hitters are fucking dust. I think he fucking fried them. I gotta lock in. I gotta focus up. I've fought this boss probably close to 100 times at this point. Probably hundreds of times, actually. I know how this works. I need to stop being an ape. Well, the problem is, like, it's hard to know what attack he's doing when he's surrounded by 500 fucking enemies, though. Holy shit. Dude, where is that Shock Eximus? He's gotta go. I think there's actually 2 of them. That's a leech. Not what I'm looking for. Dude, ow, fuck. Their orbs aren't even chasing me. That's the thing. They're just in play, and that's scary enough. Okay, there's one. Yeah, fuck out of here. Kill them all until they're all replaced with some bullshit I don't care about. He's burrowing. What the fuck? Is he gonna leave? Okay, yeah, I guess eventually. My main concern genuinely are Shock Eximus units. I think they're the biggest threat to me because just being near their orbs will beat my ass. Prime time 490. No, they're siphoning my viewership. I don't think they're alive right now, actually. The dev short is today, though. Is it? Or no, it's tomorrow. It's tomorrow. I thought it was today, and it's like, no, Hayden, it's Monday. You put that in your fucking title, you dumb motherfucker. They did say, Megan said in a Reddit post, which pisses me off. But Megan said in a reply to a Reddit post that Pablo will join her on the dev short to talk about the Hildren tweet. So I'm curious how that's going to shake out. Like I said, I'm annoyed it was in a Reddit post, because, dude, I looked all over Twitter for any follow-up from anyone about Pablo's post when making the Hildren video. I was like, has anyone elaborated on this? And I could not find literally fucking anything. And then after I post the video, like 20 minutes later, someone on my Discord pings me with a screenshot of Megan replying to a fucking Warframe subreddit post about the topic. And it's like, God damn it, why didn't you see this anywhere else? Oh shit. Oh, that's not good. Dude, maybe I just need fucking Safeguard Switch or Savior Decoy. Maybe that's what I really need to improve my confidence. There's a lot of enemies in here. This is a sign of my failure as a gamer. That's what's happening right now, is I'm a gamer failure. I'm a male fail fucking YouTuber right now, dude. Holy shit. Can the boss just die? This is taking way too long. I'm about to get hit with cascading fragmentation in the normal version of this fight, and I'm gonna deserve it. Ow. That's a shock Eximus. Okay, dude, there's like 4 of them! Nope, out, out, out. Get out. Get out. Get out. I don't like you. I don't like you. Okay, the Anatomizer can just kind of fuck off. There's a fucking Hollow Vein, too? How many Eximus units? I have 1 shot. I have 1... Okay, I guess I just... The game was like, just kidding. Just kidding. I just had to throw you for a loop on that one. God damn it. Chudkid369 moving out. Fuck this place, dude. Oh, hold on. Wait, there's an Arcane. Okay, anyhow. I don't still need this. It's going to hurt my aim glide time, which is going to mess with my muscle memory. What the? Dude, were the Murmur hotboxing this? What the fuck happened? Huh. What is going on here with the fucking fog? Okay, whatever. I got 2 reds, which is pretty good, so... Cowforce red? Shit, this has been a great EDA. Dark Souls Fog Gate? Good, I guess. I think it's bugged? Huh, weird. Eldritch Blunt rotation? Fuck, let's just do the Netracell while I'm here. I'm not sure who I want to play. You know, let's do Dagoth. I haven't played Dagoth in a while. Not doing ETA. No, I just might as well do the Netracell while I'm here. For a while. I mean, the fog's been in the game for a while, but I've never seen it be that dense. I don't know if anyone remembers that the fog was like a big selling point of this update for them, from a tech perspective. They were like, yeah, this shit's crazy. You got high, volumes of fog, and then it caused huge performance issues, and it was like, bad news, gamers. Turn the fog off until we fix this. I loaded into this place and got 40 frames a second because of the fucking volumetric fog.
The Netracell is hidden somewhere.
Game for frames. I mean, I will say I don't like the use of the word objective. I feel like it's one of those things where, like, what qualifies as strong is not an objective measure. I think Lavos is strong, but I don't know. Look, minor side tangent. The word objective has become the new literally, and it kind of irks me. Like, 2 + 2 objectively equals 4, right? That's something that's objective. That's like the indisputable. That's the truth. I feel like if there's any room for argument, I don't really think it's objective anymore. Every time he casts. I mean, it's a complicated thing for me with that, because I don't even know how that would work. Because he can do a single and then, like a multi. Like, he can cast one element and then, infuse one element and then infuse another, like, afterwards, and it'll make the combo element. So, like, if you could keep it, how would he go back to single elements? Unless they just remove that feature, I guess. I don't know. But... I don't know. Personally, I'm fine with it. Maybe this is just me being weird. I think that Lavos' like infusion mechanic, as is fine. Once you get used to it, I don't hate it. Like, yeah, it can be a lot on your fingers, and on controller, it sucks. But I feel like when you're playing Lavos, like in my experience, I'm switching what I'm using so often that I'm fine with it being like that. If I'm not just, like being a chimp and infusing for my weapons only, it's good to mix up your element for priming for the 4. I know that a lot of people That's just me. Well, what if, like, you infuse electric and then you want to infuse toxin? Now you have to infuse toxin for corrosive and then infuse it again, which I think would just be, like, weird from a muscle memory perspective. I don't know. So I know it's a very unpopular opinion that, I think that Lavos' infusion is fine, but I know that I've played enough of him that it's a big part of why I think that, but... That's just me. That's just me. Like Foley. I mean, if it's not like a change to his base kit, then sure. If it's like a comfort augment, I'm fine with that. I genuinely think that if they were to give Lavos the wheel, it would fucking ruin him. Like, I'm just gonna be blunt. I think that if that was like a thing just added to him, it would ruin him, genuinely. Having to constantly like open the wheel to cycle if you're playing like a caster Lavos and switching elements frequently would slow his gameplay down so much when it's already not that fast. Oh, is the Necromite in here? Oh, the book is in here. You know, I might as well. Keep infuse or not? I mean, they could do that, but then again, I don't know how that would work with like single elements. Like I said, if there was a choice for it, then like I'd be fine with that, right? If there was an option and I didn't have to use it because I'm perfectly fine with him as is. But perish? Damage attenuation moment? Okay, they're dead. How far? 200 meters? That's not terrible. Remember, everyone, whenever you find the book, the amp actually deals bonus damage to it. If you ever struggle to kill this thing with your normal weapons, you can just do this and it will go away. Useful gaming tip. Useful gamer tip. That's just debilitate. Well, if they gave Lavos an augment that's debilitate, then that's another augment he needs to take. Like, as much as I love Lavos, he has a massive problem with his augment. Valence formation is literally mandatory. Even if you're not playing around your weapons, it affects his ability damage. He has to use it. There is way too much value tied up in that augment for him not to have it. And then the biggest thing that Lavos struggles with, that being his casting and trying to cast frequently, he has 2 augments that make that better for him. So he also kind of needs at least one of them. If you're not using Swift Bite or Lingering Transmutation, his casting is a lot slower. So it's just like, man, he really struggles for augments. I feel like, honestly, the last thing Lavos needs, in my opinion, is more augments, unless they make some of his existing augments base kit or something. It's like, holy hell. At the moment, it feels like he needs so many. Better the game audio. If my voice is quiet, that's probably just because all of, like, this game, like, this Warframe is loud. I could turn it down, but I've already have it turned down more than normal, which is fucked up. His base kit. I think that, like, well, I don't agree that Swift Bite is mandatory like a lot of people argue it is. I do think that his one lacks purpose without it. Like, the only thing that I really use the Ophidian Bite for is like a quick spot heal sometimes, or just to infuse Toxin, or like switch my Valence Formation element, right? I feel like his one lacks value without it. I'd be fine, like, of all of Lavos' augments, I feel like Swift Bite should be made base kit, just because his one just doesn't feel like it does much without it. Valence Formation is a tough one, because on the one hand, you have to take it. It's a mandatory augment through and through. It's too good to pass up. But on the other hand, it's so good that if it was made base kit, it would massively raise his power floor. because you're giving him access to a 200% non-combining elemental buff and forced procs all the time, just for free. Like, it's tricky because you're absolutely hugely raising his power floor if you just made that a thing on Lavos, but at the same time, because he has to run it, it just kind of sucks. So long now. They changed it to be the old, like, the self-stagger animation. They kind of unified them into one thing. It's awkward, to be honest. They're not, like, slower, to my knowledge, necessarily, because the knockdown animation, I believe, starts immediately, as opposed to, like, when you connect with the ground. But, ow. It is awkward. Particularly teching knockdowns is awkward. I don't really like the new way they've done knockdown techs. I think that they just made it harder for no reason. Okay, to explain what I'm talking about, for those who don't know, if you get knocked down and you press the spacebar with good timing, you'll tech the knockdown, which causes you to get up faster. Teching knockdowns used to be a very short window. It was 70 milliseconds. But the window did not start until you hit the ground. So when you got knocked down, you would have a brief period where you were flying through the air so that you could actually process what was happening to you. And then once you hit the ground, that was when you had to hit the button. And you could mash the space bar. So you could, you know, kind of take multiple shots at the time by just mashing it as quickly as you could. Now the window for teching a knockdown is 433 milliseconds, so it's much longer. But the window starts as soon as the knockdown happens. So you have 433 milliseconds to react to the fact that you've been knocked down in the first place, and then hit the button. This is harder than parrying a light attack in For Honor. Like, it's like, damn, dude. What the fuck? It's so strict to, like, react to it in time. I've gotten better at it, for sure. But it's like, man, this is really hard. My reaction time is not the best. Fuck is this buff? Oh, yeah, I didn't recognize the icon. But, like, I don't know. I really like the ability to tech knockdowns. I've used that feature for years. Just thinking, because, like, I think it's fun. But now it's just really hard. I wish that they would move it to be, like, 100 milliseconds later. If it was, like, 100 milliseconds later, I'd be fine with that. There's something in there, but I'm not going to pick it up. I do not care. Melee Crescendo. Day ruined. Bad drop. Suicide in progress. With your courage and our expertise, Fibonacci, I don't remember asking you. Why does this game spawn me right next to you so that I have to hear you saying some bullshit every time I load into this social space? Fibonacci, I'd turn you into a fucking Long John Silver sampler platter if I could. The only thing stopping me is Lloyd. I want to make that clear.
We've had a few setbacks. The daughter of Hunhouse seems content to guide your missions from here. Sometimes I wonder how much of this Albrecht saw coming.
Like 30 hours. I mean, it depends on who you play, though. Like, if you're using Prime Sure-Footed or frames with status immunity, it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen to you very often.
To continue my Albrecht's work. Research keeps the gov. Our service is but a shadow.
Okay. Now I can purchase the shard that I'm not going to use. Let's show how many of them I have. Yeah, 100. Dude. I don't need this, but I buy it because it's a shard, right? I feel like I should. Was that the Chudling? Holy shit, did I see that? I looked at my other monitor for a second. Maybe that was him. Maybe that was him. Lloyd is an ancient twink. You could take him. Yeah, but like I don't want to hurt. Like Lloyd's cool, right? He's fine. Should I do the calendar first? It's autumn, so we're pretty late. Harden up, don't I? I think I already have that. I do. Another blue? shit, dude. We're printing these motherfuckers right now. Redemptive Chance is kind of funny. Man, I feel like this is too boring to stream. Okay. What bullshit did I have with Kaya again?
Got a set of crisis events lined up for you.
We're definitely not taking transference to Storeship. I feel like Citrine is the better play. But Uriel would also still be very good. You know what? We'll do Uriel. We'll do Uriel. I might regret this. I guess I'll take Kraken. I'm pretty sure that Kuva Twin Stub is technically its own weapon. Lesion's pretty good. I'm not mad about that.
Dude, the future Felomir and Minerva are ready when you are. Stand by for temporal shenanigans.
Do I care enough to equip any? No, I don't. I really don't. Wait, hold on. I don't have Veneric on. That's kind of important. Wait, no, I do. Fucking, I think, dude, my brain's just off. I think that's what's happening to me now. It's just off. There's just nothing left. RPG. I think it's like one every 6 seconds, maybe 30 seconds. I don't really think that'd be that helpful.
Temple and the Ripper's gig in Solstice Square. Nessie was here in the time before the time
The game's
now.
mechanics. The Hildren thing is interesting because I don't believe we have up-to-date statistics on her usage in the wider game.
Shredding, I'll track the frame.
Like, I believe that the frame usage stats are yearly, right? Like, I know some people have mentioned that, like, well, Hildren's usage is pretty low, and it's like, well, yeah, but it's been almost 8 months since those stats were published. A lot of things can change in that time. So, it's entirely possible that despite Hildren not receiving any major buffs in the time since that was posted, more people have realized she's good, right? Like, there's, you know, people use the term sleeper meta, right? There are things that are good that people just simply do not realize are good until there's enough, like, wider consciousness about it. I don't know. I wish that we would see some kind of usage for Hildren in the wider game, because at this point I'm just curious. Removed from any discussion about nerfing her, I just kind of wonder. In regular missions. Yeah, I think that, like, YouTubers talking about her more increased her prevalence a lot. I'm gonna be honest with you all. I think that, like, and to be honest, this is another part of why I decided to unlist the Hildren video, but it's not really as big of a component of it. It's kind of like a tangential thing, I guess. I think content creators do not understand the responsibility they have when it comes to the information they propagate to the wider community. Or, like, maybe it would be better to say that, like, I don't know if they fully understand that people are going to absorb and parrot their opinions, and it can lead to things getting worse, right? Like, it's always been important for me to not, like, convey my ideas in a way that come across as toxic, because I do not want to propagate that attitude. You would be amazed how many people will just parrot their, like, their YouTuber's opinion, right? And not really think about it beyond that. Like, if you share my opinion, that's fine. But you, like, I'm just gonna say this now. You should not share my opinion because it's my opinion. You know what I mean? If you agree with my opinion, it should be because you think that my argumentation for why I believe it is sound, right? But a lot of people in any game community, or really just in general, to be honest, just absorbed, like, they just absorb it from creators. And then they just, like, that's their opinion. There's no critical analysis beyond that. It's part of why, like, generally speaking, when it comes to things on the internet. I have like a huge appreciation for creators who are willing to show all of the like the rationale and evidence behind what they're talking about without trying to cherry pick it. There was a very interesting video I watched recently. So I don't know if anyone saw this. During Pride Month, this smaller channel posted a video called Debunking Every Logical Anti-LGBT Argument. Oh, they are fucking smoking Flare. Holy shit. But that video was just going through a bunch of, like, you know, well, anti-LGBT arguments that were supposed to be based in some level of, like, quote-unquote logic, but really weren't logically sound. And they recently released a sequel talking about transphobia, and in particular, trans women in sports, and how their initial thought with it was they were going to go in and talk about how, like, that discussion was like a Trojan horse for more transphobia, but then just discover that a lot of the common talking points on it are just bullshit if you don't cherry pick the fuck out of the statistics. It was a really interesting watch. I genuinely recommend it. It was a very interesting watch. And it really put into perspective, like, man, I'm glad this person actually showed all this information. Which made me wince. Yeah, people are just like that to me. Like I said, I think that sometimes creators don't understand that they kind of have, like, a... I think that they need to be careful, I guess, with what kind of attitudes they're willing to propagate and what kind of information they're willing to put out there. That's just a me thing. Like, don't get me wrong, I don't think that you need to use your platform as, like, a place for activism or something, right? I don't really agree with that, right? Use it what you want to use it for. But I think it's important to be cognizant that people will see your things and carry those attitudes into the wider community, and that has negative repercussions. I'm really just talking about Helldivers again. I'm going to be honest with you all. I try not to do it, but I'm really just talking about Helldivers again. I think that's the crux of this, to be honest with you. Man, this mission's fucking boring. What happened in Helldivers? I shouldn't talk about it any further. Vague posting, cool kid. No Hildren? No. I like having fun. I like playing the game. If you want to watch Hildren gameplay, go to Brozyme's stream or something. Every week. Yeah, something that I think someone brought this up in the comments of the Hildren video, and I actually think it's a very, like, fair argument. These, like, EDA and ETA don't have enough game mode individually. There's, like, I think each of them has, like, access to 6? Question mark? And it's like, that just gets boring really fast. I would love for them to add, like, a couple new game modes if they could. My personal picks. Nobody's going to agree with this take. Personally, I think Sabotage and Spy should both be added to each tile set. I would love to see new Spy Vaults and a new Sabotage mission that involves, you know, some, like, elaborate steps to blow some shit up. Like with Jupiter. I think that those would both be very fun missions to incorporate. Especially Spy, because Spy is a very skill-based game mode. Compared to a lot of other modes, there's no real, like, damage requirement or anything. It is like, yeah, you can cheese it if you get a stealth frame, but your own skill and knowledge is what determines if you succeed at Spy, and I would really like for them to implement it in a mode like this, because I do think it would work quite well. In public, I can. Unfortunately, public lobbies are full of, you know when I said earlier that the average YouTube commenter wouldn't be able to beat a clam in a debate? Similar deal with Warframe players. They might, maybe they're like Oyster level. I don't know if that's better or worse, I haven't really decided, but maybe they're Oyster level. But that's kind of like what I would like to see. If they were going to add new modes to Archimedia, I would like it to be Spy and Sabotage. I think those have the most potential to be fun and interesting game mode. Because I thought, like, what else would there be? And it's like, mobile defense? Fuck no, I wouldn't want to see that. Interception? Nope, wouldn't want to see that. Capture? Nope, wouldn't want to see that. Like, Most modes I don't really think would be fun in this environment, especially if they involve defending a thing. I really don't think defense modes work at this level, to be honest with you. That could be a video in and of itself. I don't like defense modes at this level, but I feel like there's some potential with a few others. Namely, like I said, Sabotage and Spy. I think both have a lot of potential, and would also serve the benefit of giving us more game modes in the labs and in Holvania. And for Holvania, that would be nice, because then there would be more game modes that you could play for the fucking Coda grind, because it's currently 3 game types, which is boring as shit. Dude, they improved everything about the Coda grind compared to Liches, and then took away one of the best parts of Liches, which was the fucking gameplay variety. Got me fucked up, dude. Oh, they fucking smoked a couple of my demons there. Got me fucked up. Omnia Disruption. I know Pablo said and, like, asked in a poll once what people would want to see, and on that poll was Lua Disruption, I think, for an Omnia Fisher or something. I'm surprised we've never got. Where the fuck is this guy? I was looking at my chat again. Just, you know what? Just fucking light him on fire. I don't give a shit. Or just burn him to death. Just kill him. Oh, ooh, he's fucking me up. Ooh, 24-second corrosive proc? Shit. He's beating my ass? Give me that. Give me that. Sweet to skip it. I'm gonna be honest with you, that's no different than how it is currently. People are already using Hildren or Dante or Valkyr to, you know, just brute force it anyway. Like, I don't really feel like that matters. Like, yeah, people might play a stealth frame to just, like, get through the mission without learning it. People do that as is. You can't stop people from doing it, to be honest. That's kind of the unfortunate reality. I still think it would be a good mode to add because, like I said, if you are willing to learn, then your frame choice ultimately won't matter nearly as much because you can do it confident. Hythella, Skulfagor, and Katanoth, indeed. A game mode for each demon. I feel like there's like some potential for new game modes. But listen, if I ever decide to make like the sequel video to Randomness as difficulty, I'm leaning towards I think I'm gonna make it. I feel like there's a decent chance I will. To like expand on some other like more fleshed out ideas for an Archimedia overhaul that I think would work better. I mean, oh shit. What? Oh, it's corrupted flesh. Maybe if I fucking read, I was like, why did I die? Maybe because I killed 30 exit or fucking tech rot units on top of myself. Man, I'm stupid. Anyway, based on like a lot of the feedback, so here's kind of like my concept that I was thinking about for like an Archimedia overhaul, along with some new things that I've kind of gotten worked into it as I've thought about it. So, Cool Kids Archimedia rework concept. Now, instead of the current system of there being like loadout restrictions and the 4 modifiers, you will now have more modifiers than you need for a full clear. However, these modifiers will be broken up into tiers, so you would have tier 1, 2, and 3. Tier 1 are the easiest modifiers, and they yield the lowest research points. Tier 2 is in the middle. Tier 3 are the hardest, so like transference distortion and stuff. You do not need to take them all to clear the mission, though I think it'd be cool to have like a title or something for full clearing, like solo full clearing, just for fun. So the idea is that you can kind of mix and match. Like, do you want to take like a bunch of easies, a bunch of mediums, and like maybe a hard? Do you want to take all hards and like a medium or 2? Like, depending on how you balance the actual distribution of points, it would add a lot more player choice. I want to make it clear, the modifiers would still be random. Like, it would be a different batch of modifiers each week. You would not be able to pick from the same pool every time. If you could pick from the same pool every time, that would just lead to you falling into a loop of picking things that impact your build the least. They would still be randomized, but there would be more of them than you need, so that you can still have some wiggle room, right? I also think that this would be an interesting idea from the perspective of like the modifier designs themselves. So for one, there's a bunch of modifiers that have not been added because they're too oppressive, like Exposure Curse. I think those could be in the game if they were like high-tier modifiers. I also think that there could be like modifiers that have some more texture to them in terms of like what they target, like reducing, you know, status chance or critical chance, making Incarnon perks not work, stuff like that, because there's more room to choose, so that kind of thing is easier on the player. I also think it would be cool to have, like, modifiers that are essentially the same version, like the same idea, but upgraded or downgraded. So, like, Transference Distortion, as it stands, would be a Tier 3 modifier. But it could be cool if there was a Tier 2 modifier that made it so that whenever you transferred into your operator, transferring back gave you a stack of transference static. So it's like, okay, this is a less difficult version of the harder modifier, and then they wouldn't be allowed to roll in the same week because the harder one would just completely overwrite the worse one. Or like Drop Guard currently gives you 75% reduced overguard gain. What if there was like an enhanced version that gave you no overguard? You couldn't generate it anymore. So you could have modifiers that play into the same idea as like their other, you know, as other modifiers, but they're like harder versions of them, whereas currently that would make no sense because all modifiers are treated equal. Now, the thing with that is I do not want to get rid of the random loadouts entirely, because I still think that there are certain frames that would kind of trivialize it too much. Here's my concept for that. Random weapons are now different. Instead of 3 random weapons in each slot, you get 3 weapon categories in each slot. So you have you have a vastly expanded pool of options, but you are not allowed to just pick anything. So like, say 1 week, for my primary, I can only use a shotgun, a sniper rifle, or a bow. Nothing else is on the table. I still have a lot of options within that category, but I can't pick anything. Say that like my secondary is only like a regular pistol, a shotgun, or a thrown weapon, and then maybe my melee is only like I don't know, a glaive, a rapier, and a longsword, something like that, right? So instead of being like individual weapons that are random, it's weapon categories that are random. Where the fuck is he? Weapon categories that are random. Restriction modifiers, kind of, but those are like not. Those are basically like you can only use your melee, right? This would be like specific subcategories in a slot would be restricted. So there's still that element of randomness, but it's not nearly as restrictive. It doesn't require the player to own as many weapons. My biggest hang-up is the Warframe, because I thought about how I would do that, and I don't really love any of the solutions I've come up with. So, first idea. What if we restrict Warframes based on roll? Like, say, you can only get 3 Warframe, or like 3 different Warframe rolls appear. If a frame doesn't have a roll, you can't get them. Like, say I get support, stealth, and crowd control. If I have a frame that has damage and tanking, well, neither of those rolls apply to them, so you can't pick them. The problem is roll distribution is all over the place, which would mean that specific frames would be disproportionately likely to appear because they have 3 rolls, and other frames would be disproportionately unlikely to appear because they have 1 roll. Also, so many frames have multiple rolls that the only reason that a Warframe would not appear is because they don't have both applicable, or they don't have any of the rolls that are applicable. So, like, say, for example, the available rolls were damage, tank, and crowd control or something like that. As long as you have one of those rolls, you would be able to enter, you know, enter the mission. So a shit ton of Warframes would still be allowed to enter it because of the multi-element of rolls. So I think that it would be better to not do that from like a role-based thing. I thought about the concept I had for like scaling, where if you used a frame, you couldn't use them in subsequent weeks. The problem is if the scaling is too small, like there's not a long enough lockout between picks, then you're not going to worry about it that much. You'll just get a rotation of like 3 or 4 really powerful Warframes, and you're just going to rotate through them. However, if it's too long, the system will become extremely cumbersome. because now you have to keep track of like 10 fucking Warframes that you're lost. So the idea I've kind of settled on for now is boring, but I think easy. Warframes are still random, but you now get 5 of them, and they follow the Duviri randomization logic. So, for those who don't know, Duviri's randomization logic is not actually random. How it works is that you have a 100% chance to get 1 frame you own, and then I think it's like a 60% chance to get 2 frames that you own, but they could be random. Then the final 2 slots are an even lower chance to be someone that you own. I think it could be good to do something more like that, where the RNG is like still weighted in favor of things you have, but not so much so that you're incentivized to delete your arsenal, right? To make room, or to make sure that you push bad options out of the pool. I think it might be better to have like some kind of weighted system instead of pure RNG on it. But I think that it would probably be best to just increase the options and kind of go with that. But then I think it's important to clarify, in this system, the loadout restrictions are not suggestions. You now have to take them. They're no longer suggestions. If you want to play the mode, you have to abide by the loadout restrictions. They are now more lax, right? The restrictions are not as bad anymore. You can pick more stuff. You have a lot more choice, but they are not optional. Under, like, my concept, you do have to play into them. I think that would probably be, like, a better balance to prevent people from just crutching on the same thing. Is like, okay, well, there's more player agency, but you can't skirt the system, right? That's kind of what I want to do, is, like, build a better fundamental system, and then make it so you can't skirt that system, and just make all of the, you know, overhauling meaningless. I might make a video on this. I don't know if it'll matter. I'm curious what Pablo will say on the dev short tomorrow, implying that he does show up on it. But I don't know. We'll have to see, I guess. That's kind of the concept I'm currently working with, though, is expanding the randomness primarily for weapons, and then expanding the modifiers and giving the player more agency in what they pick to actually complete the mission. That's kind of my thought process with it currently. And I think that there might still be merit in making that a video, even divorced from the entire Hildren element of the discussion. Well, like, they said that he'll be on to talk about it. I don't know if they have any, like, existing concepts for an Archimedia rework that they want to do. I think that it's important to establish that my concept is kind of complicated, and generally speaking, in a video game, you should keep things as simple as you possibly can. Dude, this is really ass that I have to get this close to the tank. Anyhow. Ow. You know, this is one of the benefits of playing Corvex, is I can just spam Remedium, and as long as Golfagor doesn't, like, face-fuck the most immortal Eximus he can find, I should be fine. Damn, I didn't one-shot him. Fucked up. Die. Okay, I'm gonna be honest. So, if they just added that, if they just added more options to the current system, I don't think it would work. Specifically, if they just added more modifier choices. So say, like, for example, they had 8 modifier choices and, like, 5 things in each loadout slot, the answer's still Hildren, because she's still affected by so few of the modifiers. If you just pick that, like, you still should just pick Hildren, because then you don't have to worry about it. She's still the best answer. Corvex? Dude, if I said Corvex, I'm fucking... I hardly know what I'm even saying at this point. I'm exhausted, and I'm playing the video game. Corrupted mods got introduced. Look, I want to say that, like, I know that Warframe realistically is not going to be a hard game, basically, ever. I understand that. But that doesn't mean that you should try to make content that is engaging, or forces you to think about things, right? I think that, like, just because Warframe is a game where you can optimize the difficulty out of basically anything, that doesn't mean that there is no sense in trying to make content that is engaging, right? Beyond the regular difficulty of the game. But yeah, like, I feel like the fundamental concept of EDA is cool. And some people have also said, like, what if you get 3 different loadouts, like, each mission that you have to pick? I don't personally like that idea, because I feel like it kind of defeats the point of this being one continuous run. Like, I think that this mode, in part, why I think it's interesting, is that you have to make your build work through 3 vastly different missions. I feel like if you got to change your build between them, it would just be a lot less interesting to me. Because I feel like then I could just sort of lean into, like, what's good for each mission type, and at that point I might as well be playing 3 separate missions. That's just my perspective on it, but I just don't really feel like it would be that interesting. Is he healing? Okay, yeah, I was like, he's playing the sound effect. Dude, I don't have, this sucks. I don't have, brimstone built up, which I really wanted for this part to stop the obsolete, because I can't fucking see them otherwise. Where is Golfagor? He prioritizes Eximus units, so I'm just gonna start farming them until something positive happens. There's a Demonium. Yeah, I'll pick that up. We just described stories. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. Ow. Fuck. I'm better than Hildren. That's true, Corvex. Maybe they'll make your 3 do something other than just status immunity. I'd really like that to happen. Ah, shit. Oh, I don't have my rocket launcher anymore. I wasn't really paying attention, which has really kind of been a recurring theme for this entire stream, I think. Gee, Kakarot tank, why does your mom let you have 3 mucus fires? I don't like that at all. Would prefer if you did not do it in the future. Thank you. Die. That whiffed? But he still... I don't even know anymore, dude. Fuck it. Just spawn the thing. Just spawn the thing on there. I don't give a fuck. Hopefully that'll get them all. Ah, fuck, though, the... Right. Myopic munitions. I still have to stand close. I forgot about that. Brought them to me. I will say that, like, Warframe players just in general... Okay. I don't want to come across as, like, gatekeepy when I say this. I'm not trying to come off that way. But I have seen a lot of people argue that frames like Revenant and Hildren are good for the game as accessibility features. That we should have frames that make the game brain dead so that people who don't want to learn the game can play it. And I have never seen another video game community so adamant about not engaging with their game. Like, maybe that's just me, because I haven't played, you know, other games like that have that problem. But, like, why? I don't understand that argument. I'm sorry, like, if you don't have a lot of time to play the game or something, I think there, like, are frames that will still work for you. Like Rhino, for example. He's easy to understand. But having a frame like Revenant where you press a button and don't die and do nothing else but, like, shoot your turret incarnate, I don't think it's good for the game that you don't have to engage with it at all. Right? Like, I think it's not a good thing that, you know, there's content, or there are tools that allow you to just not care about the, you know, the wider game, right? Not learn about the wider game. And don't get me wrong, Warframe has a ton of moving parts, and I understand that it's a lot to learn. And that if you have, you know, like a full-time job or something like that, it's difficult to find the time to progress through this game. But I also think that, like, having things in a video game that circumvent engaging with the game is bad for the game. I think if you're playing Warframe, you should have to play Warframe. You know what I mean? I don't know. I feel like I have kind of like a mixed view on it, because I understand that some
Dude,
people
the
are
future rocks.
obnoxiously tedious. I mean, I guess, but that's ultimately, like, I think a more subjective matter. If you find a particular piece of content boring, then that's fair. I don't think that I can really police you on. But I think that, like, wanting to... Like, I feel like if you're AFK farming things, then it's like, are you even really enjoying the experience at that point? I don't know. I don't know. You remove their bot accounts. Dude, people still play Trove? Shit, I didn't even realize that. Hey, decent... Oh, wait, shit, dude. The blue shard! Give me that shit. Yeah, I forgot to buy the arcanes from Kaya. We have to go back. We have to go back. My bad. It's just shit. Plenty of games are grindy. I'm sorry, plenty of games are grindy. I feel like, don't get me wrong, Warframe has its bad grinds, but, like, grinding is a thing in a bunch of video games. Thank you for the 5, Icefire TV. Marball Resurgence was on my 2020 Warframe bingo card. Respectable. Respectable. Now okay, I want to make something clear, because I think a lot of people don't seem to understand this. We have no confirmation Hildryn is getting nerfed. Literally no developer has said that. Like, when I really, like, had the Hildryn video up, I got a lot of comments like, I can't believe Hildryn's getting nerfed. Or, like, it's really sad to hear that Hildryn's getting nerfed. It's like, literally nobody said that. Literally no one said that.
It's okay to like these.
Like, we don't... No one has said that this is happening. I think it's fair to speculate that the post might imply a nerf will occur. We have no confirmation of this. We have literally no confirmation of this. Why are people acting like she was already... Like, people in my Discord were talking about Hildryn like she had already been nerfed. When I explained that not only had she not been nerfed, but nobody has even, like, confirmed it's happening, several people in the chat were confused because they had been told repeatedly that it's going to happen or that it has happened. It's like, look, things in Warframe don't even get nerfed that often. It's honestly fairly rare compared to a lot of other games. Like, dude, when Destiny was still getting updates, every major patch, like, half the game's meta would be executed. They would take that shit out back and last word that motherfucker to the skull. Most other games, and to be fair, I think that there's a specific reason for that. Games like Destiny and other games sort of in that vein care about challenge. Like, those games care a lot more about difficult content that's actually difficult. So when they nerf things, even if it's a PvE game, the goal is to maintain that challenge. I mean, even like, dude, shit, look at like fucking Terraria or something, like Calamity. If something's overpowered, they nerf it because they want to maintain a degree of challenge. Warframe, on the other hand, has never really cared about maintaining a degree of challenge, and it hasn't cared about that for so long that the game is at a point where it can't start caring about it. Like, too much of the game would be harmed if they started caring about it. I really don't think that Warframe can come back from its current position of being too easy, because it would just make the game shit for so many people. I just don't think they can do it anymore, honestly. That's why I think that, like, trying to make content that's more engaging, like, you can still make content that's more difficult, but nothing can truly be hard, right? Nothing can truly be hard in War. But you can still make it engage your brain more, right? Damage Sandbox, yeah, like, I've been getting back into Destiny 2 lately, and it's a very different game in terms of, like, how you have to think about your approach to combat, and especially with, like, boss DPS windows. Okay, this is gonna be a fucked up take, I know. I think that Warframe not having Destiny-style bosses is a good thing. And I know some people are going to be like, cool kid, what the fuck is this, like, Antarctica level take? But I've seen a lot of people say, like, we need, like, Destiny-style bosses with puzzle mechanics. That would not work in this game, in my opinion. Because either the boss will die immediately as soon as they're damageable, or it will take 500 fucking years to kill them. And also, there is a particular trope in Destiny 2 that drives me nuts. And that is the trope of the boss sitting in the room invincible, harassing you the entire boss fight. Please don't put that in this game. At the very least, Warframe boss fights feel like I'm fighting the fucking boss. When I'm playing, like, I've been grinding a lot of Spire of the Watcher in between, like, working on videos, to get its armor set, because it has a good set bonus for damage. But both of the boss fights in Spire of the Watcher just have the boss follow you around and fucking shoot at you while invincible the whole time. It's so fucking annoying. I hate it so much. I don't mind the Harpy. I think the Harpy is fun. I do not like the final boss of that dungeon. The fact that he just wanders around and shoots rockets at you pisses me off. I fucking hate that boss. No spectacular way possible. At this point, yeah. At this point, that is pretty much the case. I don't know. Like, I've seen a lot of people say, that we should have more stuff like that in this game. I don't think we should. Now, one thing I would be down for are more complex game modes. Like, I would love to see more complex game modes. That's fine by me, to have game modes that are more interesting. But, like, Destiny-style puzzle mechanics, I don't think are necessary for this game. I just don't. I feel like they wouldn't work. And honestly, I think a lot of that is born out of, like, this weird perception from players that Destiny and Warframe are similar. Like, enough. That it's like a one-to-one thing. I don't understand why people do that. If you read this, you're not a proper Warframe player. Thank you, Ellie. Very cool. Yeah, I guess if I can read, then I'm not. Shit, I think you're right about that. But I feel like, so funnily enough, I saw a YouTube short, of all things, of like a stream clip of Critical, you know, like Charlie, you know, Moist Critical himself, saying that Warframe would be really good with Destiny-style raids. And I just gotta say, my faith in this community was restored when I looked at the comments and everyone was clowning on it. Literally everyone was explaining, like, yeah, this wouldn't work. This wouldn't work. Like, it's like, for how much this community talks about how much they want raids in the game, which I still do staunchly disagree with, I was glad to see that in this weird, like, pocket outside of the Warframe community, all the Warframe players were like, this wouldn't work. This wouldn't work. Look, I am all for Warframe having more endgame content or high-level content. Absolutely, I am for that. I am the target demographic of that content, okay? I am all for that. I do not think raids are the way to do it. Do any of the puzzles? Oh, question, Icefire. In Destiny or in Warframe? That was your first issue? Look, sometimes I see interesting shit on there, okay? I'm sorry. Some content creators only post on YouTube Shorts, and I like watching stuff. That's just the reality of it. And orbs? Honestly, yeah, I agree with you. Especially on Deimos. I'm kind of sad we never got boss fights for Vom and Foss. Dude, this room sucks, by the way. It's fine. We'll enter Chuddling mode. It's fine. It's fine. And I think they're enough. Dude, honestly, I fuck with the Diviri puzzles. They're fun.
I hear Scaldra want these things back, but not even Scaldra's willing to come down here.
while relaying symbols.
You're the smartest sculptor. Now get to work.
Huh. Fuck, that sounds vaguely familiar. Because I haven't done every Destiny 2 raid. Was it Riven? It might have been Riven. I actually just did Last Wish the other day with a bunch of my friends. For the first time, I finally did Riven legit. And dude, Riven legit is fucking awesome. It might be my favorite raid encounter I've ever done. Riven legit is super fun. And I really love how it's not like a damage check. It is basically just, you need to move through that encounter quickly. You don't have time to fuck up. And that makes it really fun. Is that, like, you have to stay in sync with your team. And you can recover. You can recover. But it's difficult, right? You have to play your cards well and really rely on your teammates. Like, don't get me wrong, all raid encounters require teamwork, but Riven legit, like, dude, we blew through the whole raid and then got stuck on Riven for like an hour because she's legitimately challenging it. And I like that. I thought it was really fun. Literally every other encounter we got on our first try. Did I complete the challenge? Dude, shit, I wasn't paying attention. Yeah, I guess I did. But yeah, I enjoyed Riven legit a lot. Let me think about this. The raids I've done in D2 are... I've done Vogue, Last Wish, Garden of Salvation, Leviathan, which is not in the game anymore, Scourge of the Past, which is not in the game anymore. I guess if you count Eater of Worlds, that's not in the game anymore. Crown of Sorrow, also not in the game anymore. A lot of the more modern raids I've done Vow, I guess. I've only done Vow a single time, though. I would love to do more of them, though. I want to do Root of Nightmares. I've heard it's easy, but I'd like to give that a try. Honestly, like, there's the struggle with my group that we're not really sure if we can clear Verity in, Salvation's Edge. It's like, are we too dumb for this? Then again, with Riven legit, we were able to lock in because 2 people were on ad clear. But still Scald Retreat. Okay. To come out of Destiny 2. That clip is so fucking funny. Was Eater of Worlds? Oh, okay. Dude, I'm gonna be honest. I loved Eater of Worlds. I thought it was super fun. I know Argos is back in the game now, in Pantheon. So I can do the final encounter again, at least. Dude, I miss Scourge, too. The first encounter in the, the Batsa district was actually really cool. Like, playing in the city was cool. Carrying the orbs kind of sucked, I'm not gonna lie. But getting to play in the city was a cool experience. Memorization, that's fair. I will say, when I did Vow, I had to have the symbol names on my other monitor. I could not remember them. There's so many.
Prone to spore buildup. That can spontaneously form a creature that'll absolutely bump your therapist up attacks bracket. Shoot off any buildup and you shouldn't have a problem.
I don't know if I fully agree with that. Operator faces can be fun, for sure. I think the shittier reality, though, is a lot of the Warframe community fucking hates them. I still get told often, like, when I bring up that I don't like transference distortion, that people think it's not that bad of a modifier because they just don't like using their operator. And it's like, well, aside from the amount of stuff it locks you out of just being worse than almost every other modifier in the game, like, a lot of people just don't want to use their operator, which is rough. Yeah, okay, hold on. I think my chat might have died. I have a notification that it disconnected. Okay, I think we're back. I'm being told what to do. Yeah, so that's the thing with raids and Destiny in particular. You will not learn them by yourself the majority of the time. You have to have them explained to you. Oh, did my stream just outright die? Come on. I have no drop frames. I think that was a YouTube issue. I just realized I was fucking farming a tech rod. But, like, doing a day 1 raid and having to learn it for yourself is, like, notoriously difficult. I don't think that you're going to teach it the person teaching you. People had to figure it out. And those day 1s took people tens of hours on some occasions. Like, okay, someone in chat, could you find out for me, how long did it take for the world's first last wish? I think it's the record for the longest it took for any raid. Can someone go find that for me, please? I know it took a long fucking time. I see a 19 hours or a 17 hours. I also... Isn't it the case that the team that got world's first got it largely because they skipped vault? Like, didn't they just brute force vault? And they just happened to get it right, and that's why they were so far ahead? Was over 24 hours? Dude, Jesus. I'm assuming that was because of Verity. On day 1? Dude, that's fucked. And like I said, people had to learn this shit. You will not figure it out yourself. Funnily enough, though, the dungeons, it's realistic for you to learn by yourself, for sure. Nitro and I have figured out several of them by ourselves. That's kind of been like a thing that we like to do, is load into a new dungeon and try and figure it out. We figured out Equilibrium, Spire of the Watcher, and Duality. With an asterisk, I couldn't figure out the bell thing with title and Duality, and I realized after reading, like, how to do it, I had the right idea, the timing was just super tight, and I was fucking it up. But yeah, we figured those ones out. I will say, I don't know if I would have figured out Ghosts, because that was one that, like, my friend Phoenix wanted to teach it to us. So Ghosts and Warlord's Ruin, we had them kind of tag along. But trying to figure it out together. Yeah, that's kind of the unfortunate reality of a lot of that stuff. My favorite dungeon. I'm sorry, Majestic Barbecue Sauce. I fucking hate Duality. If I'm by myself. With another person, Duality is fun. If you're by yourself, oh my god, it's so slow. I hate it. Solo Duality is fucking misery. With a person, it's fun. And its gimmick of switching, like, dimensions, that shit rocks. I think that the traversal segments in Duality are super cool. But soloing the dungeon makes me want to blow my shit smooth. Day 1 last wish took 19 hours. Okay. Making us use... Like I said, I would be fine with more integration with the operator, but I think that community pushback is probably making them hesitant. Thank you for the 5 Ice 5. Have you ever considered doing a hot takes vid with Nitro? I don't know how effective they are, but it seems like it would be fun. I've thought about this, and I'm gonna be honest. Probably not. And my reason for that is that I think he would just agree with me. Like, I talk with Nitro about these types of things all the time outside of a video. You know, I spend a lot of time with him. I don't think it should be a shock to anyone. Although we're putting on Hildren for the bit. But I feel like, I don't know if he would provide that much interesting insight, because I think that I've given him so many of my opinions that he would be very influenced by my perspective of things. Which is why I feel like having on other guests is more interesting, because they have vastly different perspectives than me, because they're not constantly, you know, absorbing my perspective. What's your opinion on Prophecy? I actually really fucking like Prophecy. It's probably my favorite dungeon. I fuck with Prophecy heavy. I think it's fun. Seems a little sus. That's true. Cool Marilena tail jump. Sajin or Nev for the next hot take. I think that Sajin would be fun to have on. I think the next guest is going to be Suckmut. That's the current plan. But I'm aghast. This is the first time I played Hildren in this stream. Argument and controversy? Hell no.
Knock the pus sacks off that scrubber before they sprout a head.
Don't use the main fire? You know what? Fuck it, sure. No more Aegis Gale. Hildren is God intended.
Do something about that scrubber before it
Shut up,
does
Amir.
something
I'm playing balanced Hildren. I'm playing balanced Hildren. God bless. Now I can. This is the only ethical way to play Hildren, is to not use Aegis Gale. Circumcised the Balefire? Yeah, low-key. Still irks me. I thought that was really weird. The fact that she has 2 Balefires, but she doesn't use them both, is fucking strange. Like, give me a fire rate bonus or let me fire twice, like double multi-shot or something. The prophesized good Hildren. This is the balanced Hildren. I'm not disrupting anyone's experience, as if that would even be possible, because I'm by myself. Ain't nice. Dude, when it comes back into rotation, I'm farming the shit out of Prophecy for that armor set. I really want Prophecy's armor bonus. I, in any video game that has abilities, like to spam my abilities. And so my regular build in Destiny is mostly grenade, melee, and class. Like, those are the 3 stats I invest in. Because I like just spam my ability. I think that's fun. The reason I'm farming Spire of the Watcher is for a set with super and weapons, for like a boss DPS set. But normally I play like ability spam stuff. And so seeing the Prophecy armor set bonus, it's like, shit, dude, I really want that. That sounds really fun. So yeah, I plan on grinding that out when that comes back. Well, yes, but she's always been good. I honestly think that Tekrot Encore is when she became, like, really good. Was unleashing her Exalted, basically. Yeah, I've heard that Grasps is also really worth it. What am I doing? I have 500 ability kills. That's my objective. I think, you know, we'll take Concentrated Arrow. Pizza with nothing. Yeah, I've been having fun with Destiny lately, though I will say that it's kind of sad to play the game now and know that there's nothing else coming. I will say, though, as I've been learning about Destiny 2, right, just, like, generally, the game is, like, as janky as Warframe. It's, like, for a game that had such, like, casual appeal, I did not expect it to be this bad, dude. I did not expect it to be this bad. I don't have a lot of energy. Hold on.
You know why they call them hell scrubbers? Because if you don't blast the build up fast enough,
That's the crit spot. There we go. Die. Actually, I should be full charging. So, fun fact about Concentrated Arrow. The 25% crit chance increase that the mod mentions on full charge, that's 25% more base crit chance. So it basically doubles your base crit chance, which is kind of wacky. Unfortunately, Artemis Bow's status chance is still dog shit on individual arrows, so you really have to overcompensate for that to not suck, but the crit chance bonus is quite strong. Like, that counts? Yeah. These guys have a lot of weak points, but knowing which is which is a little hard sometimes for me. With, like, okay, what screen is, like, the weak one I should be targeting? Or what actually counts?
oh hey, welcome to the find out phase.
Did I lose Roar? No, I still have it. I know Roar makes me a meta slave. I'm sorry, I'm sorry.
I hear Scaldra want these things back, but
Can I hit the speaker from here? Ooh, I can. Nice. Dude, look at that fucking damage on that guy.
Now get to work.
Yeah, fuck out of here. in public games. Honestly, I like this augment because it requires headshots. I think it makes AoE a lot more engaging because there's a much higher skill ceiling to it. It makes it a lot more satisfying when you, like, blow up the entire room because you know you earned it. How did he not get... Okay, I don't know why that didn't make him fall asleep. I think it's 500, right? Yeah. I will say that I think that they should have changed this augment, like when they buffed it, to also increase the base status chance to 50%. I think that that would have been a very nice change. If the base 20% is fine when it shoots, you know, 7 arrows at base. But when it's only 1 arrow... Can I hit a weak spot? Jesus. When it's only 1 arrow, it's just not that... it's not that good. My Ivara actually has 5 Talforged primary status chance shards. The only frame I've ever put them on. Specifically for this build to work better because of the blast procs. Gas would also be quite good here, actually. I might switch sometime and see if it performs better. I think I have on blast at the moment because of, oh, what's its fuck? Primed cryo rounds for waiting? I'd have to look. I haven't looked at this build in a while.
Spore contamination is getting out of hand. Start holding your breath.
This is actually quite a fun faction for this because of all the screens. Ooh, I am dying, though. Ooh, that's not good. Well, just fucking kill him, dude. I don't give a shit. Die. Thank you. Blending. Or like concrete frame, that's me. True? Dude, fuck it. I'm just slowly waddling over here. Unfortunately, whenever Ivara turns invisible, she also breaks both of her legs. We tell her this isn't necessary, but we can't stop her from doing it. On Ghosts of the Deep? It's cool the first time. I haven't done Ghosts of the Deep much. But, like, the first experience was really novel. Grinding it isn't very fun. Because you have to deal with the fucking swimming section every time, and the first encounter takes an eternity. Yeah, like I said, I think it's like a fun first experience. Can I hit anyone's head? Holy shit, I'm garbage. What are you? Die? Thank you. Holy shit. That count? Ooh, it does. Nice. Cool. This is a little bit of an awkward tile. I don't really know why I'm doing this in here. Dude, fuck, I don't even know if I need Roar at this rate. I don't really feel like I'm struggling when it's down.
Marking extraction. Use it when you need it, but only if you
I mean, was fine. I don't, like, hate it. It just takes a while. Like, I really like Spire of the Watcher, and I also think that the intro to that dungeon kind of sucks. Specifically because you get nothing for it. As I've been grinding Spire, it's like genuinely I'd be more efficient if I just had a checkpoint that took me straight to the first encounter. Because the entire like 5 to 10 minute intro of Spire gives you nothing. It really annoys me. Better first stuff. Well, I mean, if it's not still in the game, I don't really know what that's supposed to do to me not liking them as they are now. I kind of wonder if I could drop Roar for something else. Maybe, I mean, these guys are unarmored. That's like a big part of it for sure. But have I not gotten an Acolyte spawn? I think I have. That's weird. Could be one any second now. Yeah, there we go. I'm gonna say, like, what the fuck? More Brian. You know, I will say as well, I'm just gonna, like, when it comes to all the stuff that they removed, them removing all the stuff they brought back for Titan with Season of the Deep, like, low-key pisses me off. Titan is probably my favorite vanilla D1 location, and them, like, bringing it back and expanding the underwater environment of it was so cool, and then it's gone. It's gone. The only thing left is Ghosts of the Deep, to my knowledge. Salvage is gone. Deep dives are gone. The whole, like, side thing that you could do for Wicked Implement is gone. Like, yeah, fuck you. It's gone. The patrol zone is gone, obviously. Like, where am I going? I really wish that the arena ops specifically were more fleshed out. Like, there are activities like Salvage, Vex Offensive, the 6-player thing from Season of the Witch I don't remember the name of, Sundial. Like, there were a lot of 6-player activities that could have gone in here. And they didn't do it. There's only 4 things in the Arena Ops playlist. And the only one that changes is Override. It gets so boring so fast. I'm not a fan, dude. I'm just not a fan. For double invis? An IQ too high? I wonder if there is any better things for that. Reach Surge could be interesting, actually. It's like, it's more damage, but... You'll see. Yeah, you know, I think it's okay. I know that a lot of my audience is probably listening to me talk about Destiny like, cool kid, I came here for a Warframe stream, you fucking idiot. Fair enough. I have considered, no promises that I will do this, I have considered making a video just off the Warframe track. The working title is like, What Remains of Destiny 2, where I, as someone who came back, oh, I have something for Ibarra. As someone who came back to the game after such a long hiatus, right? I took like several multi-year breaks. It is legitimately staggering to both know how much the game has lost, but also observing it as it is now and how it makes no fucking sense. Destiny's plot legitimately makes 0 sense because like 80% of it is gone. Like, I was playing through the Sunless Cell. The Sunless Cell was one of the conquests, and I was upping my Guardian rank, so I played through it. It doesn't make any sense. Without all of the context of Episode Heresy, it doesn't make any sense. I'm reasonably certain that if you had not played, like, any of the vanilla experience or, like, Season of the Deep or Episode Heresy, you wouldn't even know who Sloane is. She just appears out of nowhere in that strike. Like, it's... If I hadn't played D2 vanilla, I wouldn't have known why she was even there or who she was. And there is a ton of content like this, where it just exists as this weird microcosm of like a thing that happened, where all of the context around it is gone. There's no establishing framework for why you're doing anything in the game anymore. Like, a bunch of the dungeons. Like, I've been playing, like I said, Spire of the Watcher. There's no context for why you do that in the game anymore. When you're being told about the Vex trying to imprison Rasputin's submines, what the fuck does that mean to a player who wasn't there for that? They wouldn't know. And that's, like I said, the whole fucking game is like this. Even some of the DLC stories don't make sense in isolation. Okay, spoiler for like a 2-year-old DLC. In the final shape, there was an extremely important plot point beforehand in Season of the Wish about how we actually enter the heart of the Traveler, making a wish with Riven's ghost. Or, I should probably clarify, like, she's not like a guardian, like her spirit, right? We, like, commune with Riven with, like, a Ouija board to make the wish to go into the Pale Heart. And Riven, because she's a cunt, decides that only one person can go through. And so they decide it has to be Crow, because Crow has like some kind of soul bond with his sister, and the idea was that he would go in first, and then Mara could use that for everyone else to go through. And this leads to an interaction between Cade and Crow, where Crow explains that the Traveler didn't revive him. Crow wished for him to come back, and that's why he's here. And Cade tells him, we can't tell the others about this. Zavala's already having a major crisis in faith. They can't know I was brought back by a wish. They have to believe it was the Traveler. If you didn't play during Season of the Wish, you wouldn't even know the wish happened in the fucking first place. If I remember correctly, this is not expanded upon in the DLC itself almost at all. If you didn't play during that season, this major moment between Crow and Cade doesn't make sense because you wouldn't know this happened. There are even like lore, like dialogue things that you can hear by interacting with certain things around the map that reference Operation Ahamkara, the thing that caused you to make it inside the Traveler, that isn't in the game anymore. And like I said, the whole fucking game is like this. Almost every individual activity in Destiny 2 is completely devoid of any context. It's so weird. Like, it feels like I'm playing fragments of a game. That's how I would put it. Like, I'm playing fragments of a game. Like, there used to be a game here, but I'm only allowed to play what's left of it, right? And I just think that sucks. It makes the whole experience feel so uncohesive. And I thought about, like, what if I just made a video talking about all this? And how, like, even things that should be self-contained don't make sense in isolation, and a huge amount of the wider game doesn't make sense at all, because all of the surrounding context is gone. And what's fucked up, too, is, like, Destiny's been like this for way longer than people realize. They started sunsetting seasonal content in Year 3. And not even just that. It went away immediately. Like, if memory serves, after Season of Undying, when they went into Season of Dawn, all of the stuff from Season of Undying just disappeared. Like, it wasn't even that you got to wait till the end of the year. It just disappeared immediately. It's like, why did they ever even, like... I think that Destiny sunset content for a lot of reasons. I think a big part of it also was, like, keeping the community in certain spots. Like, if your game has 80,000 activities in it, then the dilution of that is going to be really bad. But so much is gone, right? And, like, the Ops playlist was a great way to solve the problem of them diluting matchmaking pools, but a ton of stuff that could have been in them is not in them. Like I said with, like, the 6-player activities, fucking Sundial, Vex Offensive, Salvage, all that stuff could have been in there, but it's just not. Dude, they removed the Tangled Shore and, like, 3 strikes with it, and the entire Forsaken campaign for no fucking reason. One of the most important points of the story is Cade's death. That is the only part of that campaign that still exists. You can't play the rest of it. The entirety of Crow's arc as a character is gone. None of it exists anymore. One of, like, the most well-regarded character evolutions in Destiny 2, of Crow having to learn who he used to be and how prove to others that he wasn't Uldren anymore, is gone. It's not in the game anymore. I don't even think Hawkmoon's mission's in the game anymore. It's just crazy, dude. It's just fucking nuts. So much of Destiny is missing. And it's just, like, it's sad. It's just sad. If you never played Echoes, yeah. Like, she just shows up. Are gone. I believe Whisper and Outbreak's missions came back. So on, yeah, like... But half the pieces are missing. Destiny's whole story is like the game is a puzzle and 80% of the pieces are missing. And you know what's even more fucked up about this? So, when the Beyond Light DLC came out, Bungie sunset a huge amount of the game. The game's vanilla campaign, the Red War, was vaulted, as well as 2 of its vanilla locations, and the first and second DLC were completely removed. Mind you, people paid money for these things, and it was taken from them. What's even more fucked up about this is that Bungie was involved in a lawsuit where someone was accusing them of stealing the Red War campaign, like the narrative was stolen from the person allegedly. Bungie's counter, argument to prove that this wasn't the case was they sent the court YouTube videos, which strongly implies that stuff is gone. Like, it's lost media gone. All of those locations that were sunset from Destiny are, there's no copy of them anywhere. If they couldn't even provide them to the judge in a fucking court case and had to use YouTube videos, is this stuff just gone? I think that's just sad to think about, dude. Like, I have some of my fondest memories playing any video game were Leviathan, the raid Leviathan. It's how I met my group of friends that play Destiny, was Leviathan. And it's gone. No one can experience it ever again. For Season of the Hunt? Yeah, dude, why the fuck did they sunset the Tangled Shore? Literally no reason to sunset the shore. What a dumb fucking decision, dude. I don't get it. With the current tools, so even to showcase they would need to port the whole content to the new version? Okay. Because, I know that they brought back some stuff. I think the Braytech Futurescape came back for a mission. Obviously, certain parts of Titan came back during Season of the Deep. Because my friend Walter is, Destiny is his Warframe, right? Compared to me. And he told me that, to his understanding, a lot of what happened with sunsetting was because Beyond Light was supposed to be a third Destiny. Their contract with Activision stipulated that they were supposed to do a Destiny game every 3 years, I believe it. And they had all these engine upgrades and structural upgrades to accommodate Beyond Light, and what they realized was, oh fuck, if the rest of the game has to come with this, then it's gonna take twice as long to release. So they just whacked all that stuff. And, I get it. But at the same time, you'd think that they would, gradually start bringing that stuff back. And they kinda did. But a lot of it is still just gone. And honestly, I know this would not have worked because it's a live service game. And I think that Bungie would not have allowed this. Because Beyond Light already got super delayed. If memory serves, Season of Arrivals, I think, was the longest season the game ever had. I feel like if they just told the community, hey, we're delaying the DLC until we can bring all this stuff into the new game because it's all going to go away otherwise, I think the player base would have been receptive to that. Owlid's Infestation. Okay, I'm going to be honest. Owlid's Infestation is the thing that they vaulted in this game. None of the other event story matters nearly as much, and it does not hold a fucking candle to Destiny. Warframe has one dude's story arc is kind of confusing because it doesn't really get explained well. Destiny is missing 80% of its fucking story. It was about the shareholders. That's the shitty reality of Bungie in general. Honestly, I think that, that's the overarching thing with Destiny's, situation as a whole, is the people who steered that ship were horrible at their fucking job. It's just, I don't know. They fucked it so much. Than 80%. If I have to put pen to paper, yeah, it probably is more than 80%. It's a lot. It isn't even worth rebuilding. Do you mean just the old content or a specific activity? Telltale Story Mode Destiny? Idea about... Like I said, I'm not familiar with the whole story. This was just what was explained to me by a friend who was more educated on the topic. I couldn't tell you the details, to be honest with you. I wonder if Bayrot's still here. We are playing Garuda. Have another car. Yeah, and he persons, to my knowledge, just dipped as soon as the stock options matured enough that he could. Earned in money. I don't blame you. I actually quit for the same reason. When Beyond Light came out, I didn't play for like a year or two. Because I was pissed. They took everything that I had worked for and made it worthless. And like, I bought Forsaken, and now it was gone. And it's like, damn, dude. What the hell? I bought this. And managers? Yeah, I know there was a clip from Aztecross where he was talking with a dude at Bungie who worked on Forge in Halo, and he asked him, like, could we get Forge in Destiny? And the dude was like, oh yeah, we could. But there's one problem. The higher-ups don't want it in the game. We had to fight tooth and nail for a shooting range to make it into the game, let alone something like Forge. And it's like, damn, dude. That sucks. I honestly think that Monument of Triumph really proved that the Destiny developers, when allowed to do what they want, know how to make Destiny good. Oops, I must have dispelled Gloom. I know, laugh at me all you want for using Gloom on Garuda. Or just using Gloom in general, frankly. It's probably reasonable to laugh at me for that regardless. Was I'm subbing Circle? Back in Destiny 1? Yeah, when they kind of had the year 2 update for D1. That are now free. I hate to say, that just never works. The only time I can ever think of that working was Respawn when they made Titanfall 1 and 2. And then they became too successful and became flop merchants. To try and understand. No, that's completely fair. Like, a lot of the characters... Like, okay, correct me if I'm wrong. Isn't Mithrax a major character in the final shape? But the entire season, like the season of the Splicer that established who he even is, isn't in the game anymore? Like, I don't think Mithrax has any characterization in any of the DLCs, right? Other than the final shape. So, like, he just kind of shows up out of nowhere, does he not? Like, at least with Savathun, there's a DLC establishing, Indeed. Well, wasn't that, like, kind of retroactive, though? Like, wasn't he in the 0 Hour mission or something, but they didn't really expand on him as a character until Splicer? Maybe I'm misremembering. Okay, because I know that, like, what is it, Shurido or whatever? His, no, I think her name is just Ido, right? His daughter is, like, a major character in Renegades, but it's like... Who is this person? Revenant and Seraph? Okay. But I only actually played Splicer. Kill Tekrot with melee weapons. Man, isn't this fun? Aren't we having fun, guys? This is such a good time, isn't it? This is definitely not fucking boring. Probably do my Archon and then, like, fuck off. I don't know why anyone is even watching this. I'm talking about fucking Destiny.
Accept your death, and you may yet avoid it. Trust in your training.
Mara's Love and Night, yeah. I remembered after I said her full, I'm like, wait, she's like the main chick for the Wishender quest, right? And it's like established that he was Mara's lover who died, like when the Dreaming City was first invaded or whatever. But I haven't done that quest in so long. I think I got Wishender, like, in Season of Opulence or something. That was when I started playing. And comedy? Dude, there's no comedy here. This is a godless place. I rant about video games, and, barely pay attention to the one I'm actually playing.
Could become fatal. For this rubber and you. Comprende?
Stopped playing there. Like, the sad thing is there was so much cool story after Forsaken, but I don't blame you for stopping there. Dude, I know nobody really cares about this. I'm still sad that Black Armory stuff is gone. Like, not even just the weapons got removed, because they're back now, but I thought that forges were fun, and I also think that a lot of the, like, the experimental Black Armory weapons were fucking cool, dude. I think it's, I think that the, like, the whole thing they did with, like, the, experimental Black Armory weapons being, like, revisions of existing ones was sick. I like that a lot. Closing video. I unlisted it because I thought it was bad. I have a community tab post about it if you want to read the details as to why, but I just thought it was a bad video, and I just didn't want to, I wasn't proud of it, so I didn't want to leave it up. That's kind of the simple version. As a pug. I know that it was the cursed double perk combos that were kind of a thing in the last update for a bit too. I do need to do Pantheon at some point to get a threat level. Threat level was fucking goated. Also, nobody cares about this but me, I don't think. I miss when Destiny had different scope perks. Like, I get why they switched to barrel perks, but having different sights on your weapon was honestly fucking sick. Being able to swap between, like, low and high range zoom scopes on a sniper, or, like, iron sights or a red dot or a thermal scope on an SMG, like, that was cool. That was cool. But they stopped doing it after Black Armor. Unfortunate. They removed that. Why? As far as I'm aware, a big part of it was that aim assist was tied to scopes, and also people would go for a best scope. Like, they would go for the lowest zoom one most of the time, especially on sniper rifles for PvP. So they just thought it wasn't worth it. Good ideas. I will say, I don't think I do something like that, because I think Warframe and Destiny 2 are just too different. Like, people compare D2 and Warframe all the time, and I'm gonna be honest, the comparison holds, like, no water. Like, outside of the very surface-level observation that they're both looter shooters, the games are so different that I don't think it's really fair to compare them. I think that they can appeal to the same kind of person. If you're the kind of person who enjoys, like, build crafting or grinding out things and, like, climbing a power ladder, then you'll enjoy both games. But there is so much that is so different between the two that I don't think that the comparison makes a lot of sense beyond the surface level. When I actually had thought about doing a video just called Why Do People Compare Warframe and Destiny 2, where I just investigate, like, what are these people even talking about? I guess. Destiny 2 being free to play is, like, with the biggest asterisk you could possibly imagine. It's... Destiny 2 is not free. I'm sorry. It's free in name only. Yeah, they're both sci-fi looter shooters. That's kind of where the similarities end.
Do you remember, Metal?
And DNA. Well, I mean, Destiny's been around for about the same amount of time as Warframe. Those games weren't really around to start the comparison. Dude, listen, yeah, like I said, I mean, I acknowledged that earlier. I said that I get it's a live service game. I know that they couldn't do that. I feel like it would have worked better from, like, a purely practical standpoint. I guess, of, like, making the game stay intact. But from a financial standpoint, I get why. I get why that could not work. Like I said, it's a live service game. You can't just not release that thing on time.
You have captured a radio tower.
To craft everything? I mean, I guess not. Like, loot is still a major part of the experience. It's just not really, like, loot in the sense of, like, the individual items, right? More so the means that you need to... Very different. Yeah, Destiny is its own beast for a lot of reasons. I feel like comparing it to a lot of other games, like, it's kind of surface level no matter what. Because Destiny is so different from any other game I've played. And the contract, I think that's fair. That's kind of just the shittier reality of things, like I said. It kind of does remind me of, like, the classic building a train station discussion that I think a lot of people kind of took in, like, the worst faith possible. Bungie's developers said that they can't make things that are cool. It's like, well, not exactly. It was more like, don't set expectations unrealistically high and keep on. You have to keep making shit. Being exclusive or not? Yeah, that's actually a fair observation. You guys remember how Oxium was originally added as like a thing that was related to Zephyr? I'm pretty sure that like when she came out, they added Oxium as like her material because she was light. And now it's just kind of in everything. Oh, it's an Eximus down here. God damn it. Fuck off. Happening internally? Yeah. I think that's a fair way to... Like, I said this earlier, I do not think that like content like that would work in Warframe. The game is just too different. The pace is much faster, the power level is much higher. The puzzle mechanics I just don't think would really fit with the way the game functions. And more complex bosses would just get folded immediately. Well, some of them have come back. Like, a lot of the open world resources are used in other crafting recipes. I don't know about Hexanon. But a lot of them, yeah. Like, the ones for, like, the old peace items. Don't think they've returned for anything else. Then again, though, Warframe does kind of have a solution to this in the Helminth, where it's like, things enter the Helminth system to be useful even when you have crafted everything that they need. The 9 months of being a member. A cool Vitalis. Realm of the Mad God video when? Probably never. I haven't played Realm in ages, dude. They say ages. It's been like, I don't know, 6 months or something. The best mod in the game. I just don't think I have it on this config. Dude, I'm gonna be honest. Like, when I was playing Realm and I lost 2 high investment characters to a bug that teleporting to people sometimes didn't make you invincible, and after that, I didn't have any desire to play the game ever again. I was like, yeah. Okay, you know what? Minor side tangent. Minor rant. Realm of the Mad God might be one of the, like... Okay, so for those who don't know, Realm of the Mad God is... What the fuck is stuck in the wall? Whatever. It's like a top-down bullet hell game. But it's... When the original developers, Wild Shadow, designed the game, I think it was for like a game jam, they basically pursued this concept. Could you combine 2 genres that are fundamentally incompatible? Those being an MMO, which are games that are high-investment forever games, and a roguelike, which are generally lower time investment, you know, short-run experiences. So they basically combined the 2 ideas into having, like, an MMO with permanent death. If you want my opinion, that shit did not work. I think all Wild Shadow proved that this concept doesn't fucking work. Because it, like, I get that, like, this type of game works for some people. Hardcore WoW is really popular for some fucking reason. But, like, I feel like it's just, I don't get it. Having all of this time invested into a character, especially with things like enchants and whatnot, just for them to die to some stupid bullshit, I don't see the point. I just don't. It's like, man, isn't it cool that you could spend like 4 weeks grinding out all this stuff to make your character really good, and then he dies to murderous Megamoth jumping on him out of nowhere? No, that's fucking stupid. Why would I want to do that? Effectively an extraction shooter like Tarkov. Well, Realm is PvE, and extraction shooters also have one major difference, I feel like, when it comes to that kind of thing. The hardcore nature of them is largely that other players are involved. And there's still, like, systems outside of it in terms of, like, Realm has this, too, with, like, a vault and stuff, so it's not like you have to go into every run, like, you know, totally naked, right? But I think that for, like, hardcore shooters, the fact that you're fighting other people is a big part of what makes them so interesting, versus, like, something like... Realm is weird because, like, they've made it easier, right? Like, they've added account levels, which give you, like, persistent buffs through death, but none of them are super impactful. And they've made individual items, like, easier in terms of, like, obtaining them. Like, they've made a lot of the game's rarest items easier to get. But the reason that they did that, the reason that they made the items easier to get is because they added the enchantment system, and items now roll with a rarity. And the higher the rarity, the more enchantments they can slot. And enchantments are fucking broken. So it's like, okay, so they made the items easier to get, but if it's not like a divine roll, which is like a 1 in 20-something chance, sometimes it's not even worth using. Especially because certain items have what are called awakenings that are enchantments exclusive to that item that make them, like, way fucking better. It's like, dude, so really, the RNG has actually gotten worse in a way. And again, if you die with, like, a divine rare item, it's gone, motherfucker. You are not getting it back. Last time I played, nope, scam bots are still everywhere. Scam bots are still everywhere. Ring of Decades now in stock. Never forget. You enjoy coffee? I actually don't drink coffee. I don't really like the taste, and if I drink that much caffeine, my heart feels like it's gonna blow up. The most I would drink is, like, a soda, maybe, like, a tea. Coffee levels of caffeine.
Is not nearly insane.
The thing that sucks about Realm, to be honest, is the game's fun as fuck. Like, the fundamental gameplay is simple and really fun. And there's a lot of, like, content in the game I enjoy on those merits. Like, the Lair of Draconis dungeon is one of the coolest ideas for a dungeon I've seen in a game. With how, like, there are 5 bosses, and the order you kill them in determines the types of buffs that the subsequent bosses get. So, like, if you kill, like, I think how it works is if you kill the first boss, will make a new environmental modifier for all the future bosses. The second boss that you kill gives the, like, subsequent bosses a new attack. The third boss that you kill gives them new minions. And then the fourth boss that you kill assists the final boss. It's a really cool idea. Character backups? That must be ancient. I don't think that private servers have existed since the game was on Flash. Because if the game had private servers with character backups, I wouldn't fucking play on prod, dude. I wouldn't. I'd just play that shit. If I could play Realm without permadeath, I'd fucking love that game. I think the problem, though, is that they've changed the loot system to be easier because the game is permadeath. Also, like, to be blunt, my opinion doesn't fucking matter. The people who play that game love it for what it is. If I don't like that it's permadeath, so fucking what? They do like that it's... And I'm not gonna take that from them, right? I'm not gonna take that from them. If there was, like, a... I think the problem is, like, if there was, like, a no permadeath mode, then people would get pissed that there's no reason to take permadeath. And if permadeath had, like, some major benefit to playing it, people would get pissed that it still doesn't matter because it's still... You could still lose all your rewards. I don't know. I would love a version of Realm with no permadeath, but Realm has permadeath. People like it for what it is currently. Every Realm clone that's come out in ages is also a permadeath game. That's just what the people want from the genre. I don't want that from my gaming experience. Losing, you know, 3 weeks of work to a bug feels like shit. But that's what those people are you know, in for. And honestly, dude, Realm has so many other things that piss me off. Raiding discords legitimately ruin the experience. For 3 days. If you're referring to the Tennokan song, yeah, I've listened to it quite a bit. Next to your name. Like, was the game always like that, though? Because, like I said, I feel like a lot of it with Realm is that, like, people have enjoyed it that way for, like, 15 years. But, like, Realm has, like, okay. This is going to be a convoluted thing for me to explain. So you're gonna have, if you've never played Realm, please bear with me. So Realm, the experience of Realm of the Mad God is divided into two fundamental categories. You have dungeons, and you have the Realm. The Realm is like a big open world map, and there's a bunch of biomes, and there are a bunch of different enemies that you can kill there, and those enemies can drop portals to dungeons. And then you can do the dungeons for the dungeons. There are also world bosses that appear in the Realm, and as you kill those world bosses, you progress a meter to go to Oryx's castle. Once you fill the meter, the Realm closes, meaning no new people can join, and after a couple minutes, you get teleported automatically if you are not in a dungeon to Oryx's castle. You go through the castle, you defeat Oryx, and then if you have a certain item called a Wine Cellar Incantation, if anyone in your group has it, they can unlock the door to Oryx 2 in like a follow-up dungeon called the Wine Cellar. After the Wine Cellar, you need 3 different runes, the Shield Rune, the Helmet Rune, and the Sword Rune, to unlock Oryx's Sanctuary, which grants you access to Oryx 3, as well as one of 4 mini-bosses that protect Oryx 3. Oryx's Sanctuary is the second hardest dungeon in the entire game, and it's pretty difficult to access. You have to have all 4 required items, and you have to close the realm, which takes a lot of time. So obviously, there presents a problem here. It's hard to coordinate with an entire realm of people through some of the game's most difficult content. So people organize raiding Discord, where they will poach realms, essentially. What they'll do is they'll have people who server hop from server to server, entering individual realms through like their separate instances, and finding ones that are close to being closed. When they find one, they will tell their raiding buddies, and all of a sudden, a realm with like 9 people in it will be totally fucking full, and all of a sudden now, this group of people is essentially just playing all of that content for you. Like, you don't get to participate if a raiding party is in your server, or in your realm. You just don't. There's so many people that they will steamroll everything. So if you want to actually experience fighting Oryx, or fighting any of his mini-bosses or anything like that, tough fucking luck, dude. It is extremely rare that you find a realm that closes with a small enough number of people that you actually get to enjoy yourself. And it just pisses me off. It's the same for certain rare dungeons. These raiding groups will sometimes have they're called notifiers. Notifiers are bots that essentially sit in a realm, and whenever certain dialogue things appear that call out that an event is happening, people who are subscribed to the notifier are told that it's happening. So you have rare dungeons like the Shatters and whatnot, where when the event that spawns the dungeon appears, it also just causes a bunch of people to fucking manifest in the server out of nowhere. And Realm hasn't attempted measures against this. Like, I believe there's a temporary lockout when you join a server that you can't join any of its realms. But with Oryx, it's impossible to prevent, because if a realm has like 5 people in it and it's 80% done, you can close it with a huge group of people super easily, but it's not getting closed by itself. So you can just wait for that cooldown to go away and then crash the experience. People pay for these bots? Yes. There are services for notifiers, yes. Realm has a huge problem with real-world trading. Like, huge problem with it. If you enter the game, because Realm is free to play, there is a hub area called the Nexus that you spawn into. That's like a safe zone. It is full. The chat is flooded with bots that are spamming links to websites where you can buy things for real money, which is against the terms of service. But like, these bots, I shit you not, they will fucking DM you. They will DM you. And it doesn't matter if you block them, because they just make new ones. It's pretty ass. It's pretty ass. Dude, I'm not gonna lie, low-key, if they sold access to a private server, fuck, make it $20 a month, I'd still pay for it. I'd still pay for that over playing on prod. I don't even fucking care, dude. different. Like I said, I feel like permadeath has a place in certain genres, namely roguelikes, but I just don't like it in MMOs. I just feel like it's just a huge... It makes a game that's supposed to be like a reward to your time investment. It makes the time investment feel so much more meaningless. Also, yes, Realm is free to play, which also means that the game is over-monetized to fucking hell and back. Dude, you can spend $13 on a sword you can lose in 20 minutes. It's so dumb. Also, okay, separate thing I want to tweak out about in regards to Realm. Realm added a crafting system a while back, and this, in my opinion, was a fucking excellent change. They made it so that it, like, if you kill the boss, instead of just getting their rare items, you had a small chance to get the blueprint for a rare item. And then all you had to do was beat the boss to earn a thing called a mark. A mark was an item that just proved you've beaten the boss. And you could use the mark, as well as crafting materials that you got from dismantling other rare items, to craft those items. All you needed was, like, you could get those other rare items from anywhere in the game, right? And break them down into parts, and then you would go get the mark from clearing the dungeon, and you could get your item. It made the, like, element of grinding a dungeon feel a lot less shit. Because now, any, like, rare untiered item you got could progress you towards the thing you wanted. It was slow progress, but you would be earning materials to craft the thing you wanted. However, when they added enchantments and overhauled them, they fucking gutted the crafting. Now, the crafting system no longer just requires you to kill the boss and get its mark. You have to exchange 2 items from the same boss of the same rarity. So now it's no longer, oh, well, like, you know, I can just work toward, like, make consistent progress towards the item I want. Now it's like a pity system of, you had good enough RNG to get the rare item, but not good enough RNG to get the rare item you actually wanted. So now the grind for the things you have blueprints for is awful, and blueprints can be bought for real money. So if you bought a blueprint under the pretense that the crafting system was not going to get gutted like this, and then it did, the thing you bought basically became fucking worthless. It's horrendous. Yeah, dude, grinding specific dungeons in Realm fucking sucks. Getting them to drop is a nightmare. Especially if it's a dungeon that's not very common. Like, oh, you want to do Cogbold? Fuck you. Like, 2 events drop this. And nobody runs it anymore. Good fucking luck. For real money? Yes. Many such cases. Fuck, do I have any weekly stuff to do left? I guess the Maru mission? The last hour of this stream has been cool kid rants about games that aren't Warframe. Tune in next week where maybe I remember what game I'm playing. Yeah, I don't know, dude. It fucks me up. Realm is a game that I feel like just continues to make weird decisions. I think for monetization reasons.
Maru's Bazaar. You've come to the right place.
So, looking for items? That's the spirit. Let's go!
Like I said, the worst part is that Realm is fundamentally fun. All of the different, like, its fundamental systems are fun and interesting.
Okay, you know the
and funny to me. Well, like, you think, like, Super Hot was a game jam game, too. Also, Wild Shadow gave up the rights to the game super early. They gave it to Kabam. Kabam almost killed the game, and then Deca bought it, and Deca has been doing okay with the game ever. Not everything else, yeah, I guess. Political commentary, dude, off limits. Off limits. I've said this before, I think being politically aware is important, but I also don't, like, I want people to be able to watch my streams and not be reminded of the horrors of the world, dude. I want spaces where I don't have to think about it. Was it Game Jam? Yeah, Super Hot originally was part of a Game Jam, I believe. Runtime. Dude, these are so dated. These used to be kind of... Holy shit, that was a crazy voice crack. These used to be kind of tough under Parkour 1.0, but nowadays, hell no. Bot accounts? What? They based it off of bots? What the fuck? Is it just that expected you'll use one? Papa's Freezeria? Dude, the Papa's franchise does kind of hit. So some of their names, like Papa's Wingeria, nobody calls it a Wingeria. That's fucking stupid. What do you mean? The games are peak, though. The best one. Like, the game is fire. I just think its name is fucking dumb. Or bots or not? Fucking hell. You know, speaking of another thing that I think is like a sad state of affairs, you guys know PlanetSide 2? Dude, that game's death has been so hard to watch. I remember getting into PlanetSide 2 around the time Rel took over. And dude, PlanetSide 2 was something special. PlanetSide 2 was one of the most like unique shooters I've ever played. It was like Battlefield, but science fiction and expanded to be like a continental battle. Is dead? Basically, yes. You can still play the game, but it's no longer experiencing any real updates. But man, dude. The whole thing of PlanetSide was so much fun. But the game just like it's really showing its age. And it's changed through so many developers' hands. You guys want to know who owns the PlanetSide IP now? Tencent. Tencent bought the PlanetSide IP. And honestly, I would bet money that it's going to become a fucking mobile game franchise now. Angels Fall First. I've actually played Angels Fall First a little bit. It's fun, but I haven't played it that much. But yeah, I think it's sad. I think that we'll probably never get a third PlanetSide. Can Lavos nuke efficiently? I mean, like, he can nuke. I guess it depends on what you mean by efficiently. Like, frequently? I mean, you have to put in the work for that. Own devs? Jesus. Dude, honestly, like, what happened to game companies having actually caring about their developers? Was this ever a thing? Or, like, I feel like after, like, the pandemic, the frequency of layoffs in the industry just fucking exploded. Like, dude, I would never want to be a game developer. Because it's like, there's no fucking job security anymore. Any conventions? No. I've never been like the convention type. I'd love to go to TennoCon eventually, but I've never been able to afford it. But like broader conventions, not. I'm antisocial as fuck. I don't really want to go to conventions. You'd probably not guess this with me being a content creator. I have like debilitating social anxiety. Maybe that's too real for me to talk about on stream, but I have like serious problems being around other people. So it's like, nah, conventions aren't like an appealing idea to me. Dude, I get stressed out going to the grocery store. I don't want to go to a convention. Dude, I remember when I got diagnosed with it in high school, I went to, okay, personal story time. I'm sorry, everyone, personal story time. I went to a hospital called Mercy One in Des Moines, Iowa, the capital of Iowa, the biggest hospital, I believe it was, in the capital of Iowa. I went there as a teenager and got diagnosed with social anxiety. And when I explained my symptoms to the nurse and they went over everything, the nurse came back in the room and was like, Hayden, you are one of the worst cases this hospital has ever seen. And I was like, what? Like, I didn't think it was, like, that serious. But after I told them that, they were like, no, like, you're one of the worst cases we've ever recorded. And I'm like, oh, that sucks. That was not a good thing to hear. That was not a good thing to hear. So yeah, like I said, convention's not really an appealing idea to me. I don't like going to the grocery store. I don't like going to, I don't like picking up food from the drive-thru. Being around other people is just extremely stressful for me. At the very least, on the internet, there's like a degree of separation, right? About a diagnosis. I think it was fair information to tell me, though. Like, because, like, that's the thing with mental illness in general. is it's hard to know how bad it really is. Like, if your arm is broken, it's pretty fucking obvious, right? But when you're experiencing something that is so internal, it's so hard to gauge its severity. You know what I mean? Like, like I said, if my arm fucking broke, it's not really up to interpretation how bad it is. But when you're experiencing something that, like, other people can't see, it's so much harder to know its extent. I actually had... So, when I lived in Iowa, I worked for an ISP. And we had the occasional, like, training or, like, meeting about different topics that were company-wide. And one of them was actually one about mental health and the sort of stigmatization around it. And the guy presented an interesting talking point, I think, that was like, if someone didn't show up to work because they had a broken arm and so they were an hour late, you would be understanding of that. But if someone shows up an hour late because they're really, like, extremely depressed, you probably wouldn't consider that a legitimate reason. But why not? They're both still very real problems, very real conditions. It's just that you can't see one of them. And when things are, like, internalized for people, when they're, like, mental, they lose validity in the eyes of other people, and often in the eyes of the person suffering from the thing to begin with. And it was a really interesting way to frame it, that, like, yeah, a lot of people in that room probably wouldn't have considered being depressed a legitimate reason to be late for work. But, like, why not? I think it's, like, an interesting thing to interrogate. Like, is your knee-jerk reaction that one is more valid than the other? And if yes, why? Don't get me wrong, being severely depressed and having a broken arm are very different things. The point that was being made was more about, like, why is one treated as less real than the other? Because they're both still equally as valid, I guess. Especially with, like, mental health is a difficult thing for people to talk about in general. Like, if you broke your leg or broke your arm or something, like, you'd probably talk with people about it often. Because, like, of course you would. Your fucking arm is broken. You can't conceal that from people. But, like, when it comes to mental health, dude, I wouldn't tell most people that I have severe social problems. I don't want to tell people that. Like, at this point, honestly, it's a big enough part of my life. I don't really fucking care. People can know that. I don't go outside enough for this to affect me. But it's like, I don't want to talk about that kind of thing with people, like, in person, right? I don't know. It was like an interesting way to frame it, I guess, is what I'm saying. Supposed to adjust your schedule eventually. I mean, yeah, but at the same time, like, chronic conditions are not consistent. You know what I mean? Like, say, for example, you have, like, severe depression. There will be days where it is worse than other days, right? Or if you have, like, I don't know, fibromyalgia, there will be days where the pain is worse than other days. It's not, like, a consistent thing, right? So I feel like it's still, even if you have a chronic condition and you're being accommodated for that chronic condition, like, my previous job made some accommodation for my social anxiety because I told them about it, but it's not going to be, like, a consistent thing. Dude, there were some days I was more anxious than others. This is an interesting topic, actually. I think it was Dr. K talked about this. When it comes to men experiencing anxiety, the effects for them are, generally speaking, a lot more physical. And I think the explanation for that was that, like, when it comes to the way therapists engage with the problem, they are much more, they talk with, like, women who experience anxiety on a much more emotional level than men, and that's, like, a societal stigma type of thing. But when people have, specifically when men have, like, an anxiety disorder, they don't talk about it as much, and oftentimes the effects of it manifest in more physical ways. Like for me personally, dude, if I'm too anxious, I just straight up get sick. I'll start throwing up. So it's like they experience a very physical element of it. Like, my whole life, I've been able to gauge my anxiety by how much I shake. Like, if I start to get anxious about something, I will start physically shaking. So it's like because it's weird. This is like a weird way to put it. Sometimes you don't really know what's happening. Even if like I've lived with this condition my entire life, sometimes you don't really know what's happening. And you have to like kind of establish benchmarks for yourself of like, how bad is this right now, right? But yeah, like I said, a lot of the conditions manifest in very physical ways. So like, dude, at my previous job, sometimes I just call them and be like, yeah, I'm having a panic attack. I'm not coming into work today. And my boss was very understanding of that. He was frankly like the coolest boss I've ever had. He was like, okay, we'll find someone else to take your shift. And that was kind of the end of it, fortunately. But yeah, like I said, even if it's like a mental condition, it can still manifest in very physical ways, which I think is not really considered by some people, right? Is even beyond the mental element of it, is like, yeah, there are physical consequences to these things, depending on the nature of your condition, right? And that's important to consider. I don't know if I could have held down that job if I had any other boss, because, dude, I caused a lot of problems. Like, I was good at my job, but I was not a good employee. I'm willing to admit that. You can have a visual comparison. Dude, I live in the United States of fucking America. Do you think I can afford a goddamn brain scan? You want the truth? If I got cancer, I'd let myself die. It would be cheaper to let myself die. Just got here. Only the right side. That's actually really interesting. Talked about enough. I will say, like, I'm glad that you think it's helpful. I'm sorry to anyone if it's like too serious of a topic for a stream like this, that like you don't want to hear it, but you wouldn't consider Breaking Bad? Dude, what fucking talent do I have that I could break bad? You think I have? No. Fuck would I even do? I'm a fucking C-list Warframe YouTuber. My options, if I like get diagnosed with cancer, are go into an insane amount of debt, crowdfund from my own audience, and I have said before I do not want to e-beg, or let myself die. And I'm gonna be real, of those three things, I'm picking let myself die. B-list at least? That's debatable. That's debatable. I don't think that's true. No, dude, like... So it was... fuck. There was a voice actor for the original Hazbin Hotel pilot. Her husband died of cancer. From what I heard, the medical bills, the medical debt she was left with was $6 million. That's more money than most people make in their whole fucking lives. Her husband didn't even make it, and she had to pay them that kind of money. Like, that's fucking crazy. Like I said, I'd rather die. I'd rather fucking die. Blue shark? Dude, fuck, now I have to do it. Now I have to do it. God damn it. God damn it, now I have to do it. You know, why not? Not make it. Look, I'm not saying that, like, you wouldn't have to pay if the person died, obviously, right? Obviously, you still have to pay. The procedure still happened. The point I'm trying to make is that all of that money, at best, maybe gave them a few more months. Like, all of that money, and at the end of the day, it didn't stop what happened. You know what I mean? Like, when you are investing money into your health, it's with the hope that you'll make it, right? That's, you know, like, the justification, I imagine, mentally for a lot of them. But, like, that, they didn't even get that much. I feel like you would, I don't know, you would think that there would be some offset. Like, you know how, like, in law, there are certain, like, defense lawyers where if you lose, you don't have to pay them, right? Like, that kind of thing with, like, certain personal injury cases, I think it is. Or rather, like, you know, like, it's the payout. But, I don't know. It's just fucked, dude. It's all fucked. I don't know what else to say. Maybe we are getting political now. I'm afraid of horses. I'm beaming nitro from my brain into your brain right now. No. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm getting too political. Maybe you gotta stop, dude. Maybe it's getting too real. I don't honestly, I like Descendia. It's just kind of unrewarding. Publicly funded, dude. Like, okay, now we are just getting political, but I think it's so bizarre that here in the U.S. there's such a staunch push against public health care when every other first world country in the fucking world has it, and they're not like falling apart. Like, sure, public healthcare has its problems, but if the option is wait 8 months to see a doctor or never see a doctor, I don't really know why this is, like, a difficult choice. Again, I don't mean to get, like, expressly political. There's nuance to this. I just think it's interesting that it's, like, there's been such a push to not allow that kind of thing. Then again, okay, you know what? Now we are going to get political about one specific topic, climate change. I need to level with you all. The fact that climate change is considered a political topic is like the craziest fucking psyop billionaires ever pulled on people. Climate change is not a political topic. It's not. It's a scientific consensus. We know it's happening. Why the fuck do people think it's not real? Do you know who this benefits? Billionaires. There is no reason. Like, why did this become a political issue? Because fucking dudes with money lobbied for you to think that it's woke to know about this happening. I don't get it. I don't get it. It's the same shit with vaccines, dude. This isn't a mystery. This isn't a mystery. Yeah, that's one of the things that I think is really interesting, is that it's like, people say this all the time, we're like, what happened to the hole in the ozone layer? Yeah, we fixed it, numbnuts. We figured out what the problem was. It was the, like, hexafluorocarbons or whatever they're called, and we stopped fucking using them. It's almost like when you identify a problem, and you're actually allowed to implement a solution, it fucking stops being a problem. I know, crazy concept. Dude, it pisses me off. It pisses me off, dude. Just, like, for me, it's like, these aren't political issues. This is just a matter of, like, a scientific problem. Let me die? Okay. Okay, so I will say this, for the anti-vax thing. I actually very much recommend watching H-Bomber Guy's video about anti-vax. It yields a lot of useful information. There's also, what is his name, Brian Deere, his documentary about it. Here is the Spark Notes version.
Our society was rotten.
Here is the Spark Notes.
I dimly recall some ceremony or other like this.
Way back in, I think it was it the turn of the millennium or something like that? Around there. There was this guy named Andrew Wakefield. Andrew Wakefield released a study. I'm saying study with, like, the biggest air quotes you could possibly imagine. Saying that the MMR vaccine that was given to children at, like, what was it, 15 months or something? The MMR vaccine caused a non-specific bowel disease. And that bowel disease could develop into autism. If this sounds fucking stupid, it's because it is fucking stupid. And there are a huge amount of problems with Wakefield's study. Like, a ridiculously large amount of them. Which I'll explain in a moment. Here's where things got bad. The British media ran with this like crazy. Like, every news channel all the time was talking about this subject, that vaccines might cause autism, or this specific vaccine might cause autism. And when people pushed back on the media got defensive. Now, you might think to yourself, cool kid, why would Wakefield do this study in the first place? Like, who funded it, right? Well, that's the neat thing. The reason Wakefield ran the study was for two reasons. One, Wakefield was being paid by a law firm to essentially manufacture a basis for lawsuits against manufacturers of the MMR vaccine. And Wakefield was trying to push his own vaccine as a substitute to it. Wakefield argued that MMR was dangerous, but splitting up the 3 vaccines that were contained in MMR, was it measles, mumps, and rubella, I think it is, that splitting them up would be safe. And then he tried to make his own vaccine to sell as a competition to the one he was posting this research to discredit. And if you look at Wakefield's actual study, I shit you not, this man tortured children for money. That's literally what happened. Wakefield had 12 children in his study. 12! And on top of that, the main thing that he used as a basis for this was the opinion of the parents about what caused the child's autism. And like a quarter of them, they didn't even think it was the vaccine. Also, fun fact, the MMR vaccine is given to children at around the same time the first signs of autism start appearing. So the correlation often came from the fact that they just become noticeable around the same time. And Wakefield, when he was doing this research, was performing extremely invasive procedures on these children to try and prove his non-specific bowel disease that somehow turns into autism through what he called the brain-gut connection, which doesn't fucking exist, by the way. That's complete nonsense. The entire thing is so back-to-front corrupt. Wakefield did the thing for money. He literally tortured children for money. And the media ran with it. And now, dude, Wakefield is still around. Like, he lost his medical license, he fled the UK to the US, all of that shit, but what's it fucking matter? Like, he's essentially just become more radical because that's what those people want. I said earlier he believed that only MMR was unsafe. Now he says all vaccines are bad for you because that's what those people want. Dude, I'm getting very impassioned about this. Fuck Andrew Wakefield. Genuinely fuck Andrew Wakefield. That guy's a fucking monster. And there are literally thousands of deaths that can be attributed to that man. Genuinely. I think that anti-vax has been one of the most harmful, like, points of science denial we have ever experienced. Like, as a species. And it can be traced back to him. The Wakefield claims? Okay, I think I should probably have clarified that it was, like, the brain-gut connection, as in, like, diseases in the gut could change the morphology of your... Yeah, Hugh Fudenberg, the guy who said that he could cure it with his fucking bone marrow. Dude, why is this taking me so long? I don't think any of my weapons on this loadout really work. Not one of them? Yeah, like, when it comes to, like, having, like, skepticism about these things, there are valid reasons, but not, like, the vaccines are not, like, a structural thing that the American medical system, you know, has propped up to make money. Like, they save lives. The science on this is not a mystery. Political leanings? Okay. So, there was a thing that happened in, I think it was American Samoa, where 2 children that were, like, under the age of 2 years old died due to an adverse reaction to a vaccination. It was a freak accident, but they both died, which caused a lot of vaccine hesitancy in the nation. You want to know who showed up there to talk to them about vaccines? RFK Jr. And he told them not to get that vaccine anymore, because it was clearly dangerous. I think it was the measles vaccine. You want to know what happens a few years later? There's a measles outbreak in American Samoa, and like 80 children under the age of 6 died because they weren't vaccinated. Because the vaccination rate tanked after RFK's visit. Those children are dead because of this guy showing up there and spreading this information. Like, I think that's one of the things that makes anti-vax in specific so hard to, like, to witness, right? It kills people. It kills children who didn't even have a say in the matter. Autism announcement junior. I saw that image. Hold on. This is taking fucking forever. It might be faster if I just leave. Where is it? I think it's just in my stuff folder. Yeah. Boom. Autism announcement, baby. Grad alert. Oh. Okay. It wasn't something important. Again, sorry to get political, but like, I'm sorry, vaccines shouldn't be a political topic. This is settled science. It's fear-mongering from a guy who literally tortured children for a payday. The entire basis of the thing is fucked. It was apparently the Tylenol? True. As well, yeah, like, if I brought, like, Baruch or something, this would be fine, but I have all status weapons on right now. So this isn't going to... maybe the melee would be better? Yeah, for the heavy attack. That's probably what I should do. No, I don't know. Look, I don't want to get political on these streams, but I won't lie to you all. There's some topics where I don't understand why they're considered political in the first place. Like I said, like with climate change and vaccine denial and stuff like that. Like, why is this a political topic? Why? What are we doing? This is much more efficient. Cool. Odd drop chance booster. Money? I mean, it is money. Let's not kid ourselves. A lot of it is legitimately lobbying so that, you know, corporations don't have to, scale back in response to these things. Totally functional. Yeah, you know what's... have you seen, like, stuff from Autism Speaks? Dude, Autism Speaks is fucking horrible. They genuinely act like autism will ruin your fucking life. The stuff that they, like, the rhetoric they spread about it. Also, fun fact, Autism Speaks, last I checked, has 0 autistic people on its oversight board. What are you doing? Like a terminal disease? Yeah, it's like... dude, what's even more... they have ads that showed, like, autistic children as, like, a burden to their parents. It's so fucking hard to watch. It's so gross. Cost money? I mean, I suppose. Not people with autism? Yeah, that doesn't fucking surprise me. What an awful organization, genuinely. Horrifying. Yeah, like, that's genuinely the truth. There are people who would rather have their kids die than be autistic, because with, like, from their belief system with the vaccine thing. You know what? Let's talk about something that's more lighthearted. Did you guys know that Candace Owens thinks space isn't real? I've talked about this before. Candace Owens actually thinks space isn't real. What? No, yeah, I'm serious. Candace Owens said on a podcast that space is, and I quote, fake and gay. And the reason she thinks this is that she believes NASA is a satanic organization. She actually thinks that space isn't real. Look up. So here's the thing. A lot of flat earthers believe this too. They believe that space isn't real, and rather, the stars in the night sky are this thing called the firmament. And that it's like, think of it like a big, like a black cloth draped over the earth, and the stars are like pricks in that cloth that let light through. That's kind of the idea. It's fucking stupid, though. Dude, flat earthers are actually so dumb it pisses me off. Dudes be like, ancient people knew the world was flat. And it's like, that's not how knowledge works, you fucking moron. Maybe, have you ever considered that we learn things as, like, society progresses? Have you ever considered that? That maybe we learn things as, like, the world advances? What are you talking about? Also, ancient societies didn't believe the world was flat. They knew the Earth was round thousands of years ago. This wasn't a mystery to them either. I'm pretty sure the ancient Greeks figured out the Earth's circumference within, like, a pretty impressive margin. Mayans also had, like, remarkably accurate astral not measurements, but, like, calendars with their observations of the stars and shit. Like, this was not a mystery to these people. Like, here's the thing that I think people don't understand. Ancient people were not stupid. They weren't stupid. They just didn't have the technology we have now. But they were still smart. As smart as people are nowadays, right? Just as much. Yeah, there are people that think dinosaurs aren't real either. That's true. Hey, Dan Olsen. You know, funnily enough, I haven't seen that. I'm not sure what you're referring to. I may have seen his arguments in a different video about the topic. But a lot of my familiarity with the movement comes from, like, Professor Dave's videos. When? Probably never. I don't think Milo Rossi would ever want to collab with me. What would be the point? Dude, this Descendia run has been fucking horrendous. I gotta dip after this and fucking switch Warframe. All my status weapons are eating me alive. This is not working. Where the fuck is the Legosite even? Oh, Dino Nuggets? True. I can't use my melee anymore. I can't switch weapons either. Okay, now I can. Yeah, my melee's just gone. Awesome. I guess I had to switch to Orion. Fucking whatever, dude. I don't even know anymore. God, being so free-filled? Fucking hell. Dude, there are giants out there. We have to find them. Guys, giants definitely existed. Because there are drawings of giants from all over the world. It would be completely impossible for different societies to independently conceive of the idea of a big person. This must mean that giants existed and were everywhere, but the government is trying to hide it from us to make 5'7" men feel better about themselves. I think this is an unacceptable state of affairs, and as a result, I am going to commit an act of okay, I can't finish that joke, actually. It's the same with dragons, yeah, like, okay, there's an interesting thing I read about how, like, snakes have a weird evolutionary relationship with humans. Like, humans are especially afraid of snakes. They were especially dangerous. And so, Broadman? I didn't know he could show up in this game mode. But it was about how, like, dragons seem to evolve independently in different cultures because of this unified, like, fear of snakes. And, like, the evolutionary relationship with them. Which was an interesting idea. I don't know if this is, like, a scientific consensus or not, but it was an interesting idea to read. Like, it was related to, like, our evolutionary gearing towards trying to find snakes because they were so dangerous. I also think that, like, dragons have a lot of variation between cultures, right? Like, a European depiction of a dragon and, like, a Chinese depiction of a dragon are still really different. The existence of dragons? This is true. Dude, the Hollow Earth is real. Trust me. I saw Ice Age 3, and that's what happened in that movie. And I'm pretty sure that was a documentary. They just didn't care. Yeah, so I don't know how much of it is, like, settled science, I guess. Or any other animal? Huh. The Hollow Earth right now? You got your fucking, like, Wi-Fi set up? Trust me, bro. Trust me. I really commonplace shit. Dude, that's literally Flat Earth. That's literally Flat Earth. It pisses me off, man. It pisses me off. And eat a star. Dude, Flat Earthers, I shit you not. Flat Earthers actually believe gravity is not real. Many of them don't believe it's real. They believe instead that the Earth is moving upwards, and that's what keeps us on the ground. It makes me so mad. You have no fucking idea.
And take what blessings. Come.
He told me yes.
Soul's light has not abandoned you yet, and neither have I.
Upwards to where, though? Good fucking question.
We we fight on.
Yeah, you know what's weird too is that they're literally like, guys, the Earth isn't actually flat, or the Earth isn't actually round. Human vision has a render distance, and the stars in the sky aren't real. They're actually way closer than we think. It's like, dude, what? Honestly, flat earthers are interesting in general because I legitimately think that a lot of it for people isn't even like being right. They just want to feel smarter than other people. You know what I mean? I think that's like a legitimately big part of it. They just want to feel smarter than other people. With all these Eximus units, this is kind of gonna suck. Yeah, that's not enough. Exactly what happens. Good to know, good to know. You know, flat earthers are bizarre for a lot of reasons. Dude, there are flat earthers that legitimately believe, I'm not making this up, that the Earth is flat, but the rest of the solar system is still round. Because Earth is the only planet that has quote-unquote not been observed to be round. What the fuck are you talking about, dog? Genuinely, what the fuck are you talking about? As someone who is very passionate as, like, a space nerd, like, Nitro used to send me posts from a Flat Earth subreddit asking me to debunk them. I told him to stop because they were making me mad. Like, they would actually piss me off so much I had to ask him to stop. Utopian? That's a fair way to put it, honestly. That a fucking helicopter, dude. I'm gonna be honest, maybe me moving closer to the airport was a mistake. I've had so many takes and videos where I had to redo them because a fucking airplane flew by. He's so mean to you. He fucking tortures you. I think the objective is so that I hit him harder. Dude, I can't say shit. Like, people are gonna think I'm being serious. I can't make jokes about these things. Dude, there's a joke about Baruch beating his children in the next video. I might be fucked. I might be fucked. Mutually exclusive? Yeah, a lot of their explanations for these things don't even make sense together. Father's lessons? Indeed. Is into it? That Nitro being into it doesn't count. People said that wasn't a good enough excuse last time. 24/7, dude, deadass. They're out here living in Slender the Arrival, dog, in the fucking SCP universe. Might not just fly into space. Rude. Bit of airplane? Yeah, airplane is the American spell, I believe. Another strange idiosyncrasy. 40%? I certainly hope that's not true. This is for the 5 again. I swear, you've been giving me too much. I appreciate it, but like, I feel like you should save your money. Solar system. I do think that it's sad that we've mostly left the solar system, to be honest. There's still a lot to do here, but it is exciting to see like something truly alien. Oh my god, I'm trying to fucking he's opening up the moderator Early you are poor. Yeah, but like I don't want to make other people poor in the process. Need to be more gay on stream or something? What does that fucking mean? What does that mean, Ellie? How do I do that? Give me a step-by-step fucking guide. How am I supposed to be more gay on stream? I know you're joking, but people have unironically been like, you need to be more gay on stream. And it's like, what the fuck does that mean? Okay, well, Tau is based on a real solar system, but, like, not really, okay? Not, like... It's still its own fictional thing. It's not like our solar system, where they have, like, less room to work.
What is that horrible
because
smell?
We know so much.
Devil,
Exoplanet, like, study in general is not nearly as far along as some people might think it is. Also, as far as I'm aware, it is not Tau SETI. To my knowledge, there's significant evidence it is not Tau SETI. Someone in my chat posted a very interesting write-up about this in Grattler Gang, that it's a different system with Tau in it. Of course, yeah, but like the number of planets and the type of star and all that kind of thing doesn't have to remain constant. Dude, I'm pretty sure we don't even think life can exist in orbit of blue stars. I don't even think that scientists think that's a thing. Because they're so hot. Redo the vid. Look, when I'm doing stuff on stream, I have a lot of noise reduction filters. In a video, it's way more noticeable, especially if you wear it. Centauri, Alpha Centauri is their stars are orange, like head, I believe. It's not like us. I mean, this is true, but like to our current understanding, we don't think it's possible. If memory serves, I don't think we think that life can exist around a lot of red stars either, because they're very prone to, like, solar flares, which would probably fucking annihilate things on, like, a regular basis. I'd have to do my, like, read up on that again, though. There was an interesting article I read about it, like, many years. Yeah, there was. I'll have to find the write-up someone in my Discord did about like a different system that they thought was was Tau. Yeah, I think that's right. I don't remember the classification system, to be honest, for that. Isn't real? No, unfortunately, he's not. Now, Supergirl, on the other hand, she's real because of woke. But Superman isn't. Because boys can have no positive role models, or something. The origin system with holes poked into it? Yeah, Tau is the firmament. It's all fate. Comparatively, I don't know. Like, this is the type of shit that is why Mars has no water. Like, it's a pretty big deal to be tidally locked. I think that's right, because they're generally smaller, right? Like, a lot of red stars are, other than red giants, obviously. I believe a lot of red stars are smaller, and then, of course, because they're lower temperature, the Goldilocks zone is closer to it. Voice canceling racks and blanket setup. Stop casting. Dude, I'm just doing it to irk people at this point. I was wondering if anyone would notice that I kept doing this. We're just hitting all the buttons. Dude, I'm casting spells. Fuck y'all. Dude, these fucking arbitration drones. I just gotta start killing them as my operator. That's what's just gonna have to happen. There we go. These stars, yeah, there's like the primary binary system and then Proxima Centauri. Eliminate all targets. Fuck you? Who the fuck is down here? More? Dude, how many fucking arbitration drones are there? It's like half the enemies. Are you a homosexual? Perhaps. Not strictly. It's like I always say, right? I'm not gay, my boyfriend is. Important point of clarification, obviously. Legally distinct gay person, as I would always say. Oh. Other times, it would be pretty sick. Maybe gun wave workers. Why don't you stream on Twitch? I just don't like Twitch as a platform. I've debated moving over there and like doing dual streaming, for different integrations they have that YouTube doesn't. But man, I just don't fucking like Twitch. And honestly, I just haven't really got bothered to find the time. I've been spending so much time, like, on mostly my YouTube videos. This is the first time I've streamed since TennoCon, I think. And TennoCon stream was like the first stream in 2 weeks. I just haven't been streaming that much because I've been busy working on normal stuff. I've been working on like 3 different videos in the background. My current plan is to get the balance video out and then to get the Amisha video out shortly after. And then my hope is to get the hot takes with Suckmunt out before the end of it. Types of stars. I don't believe that Sirius has any known planets. Or, like, yeah, that I don't believe that we know of any planetary system orbiting Sirius. I'd have to double check, but I don't believe that is the case. Thank you for the 100 bits. God bless. Yeah, I think having Sab on was a fun choice. I've said this before, though, like, as much as I enjoy having Sab on, I want to use Hot Takes as an opportunity to platform smaller creators than me. Which is why, like, I want to have on Suckmutt and then maybe other, like Sajin or, like, Rowan, if I can get them on. Good fuck Twitch, thank you. God bless. Go on, I gotta...
Struggle to keep pressure from becoming too great.
Go, there we go.
What was it lusting before? Anger, humiliation, lust?
Growth was bursting with lust? He must have been the average fucking Grattler gang user. Holy shit. For platforming? No. I am not a big creator, dude. I have like, what is it, 52,000 subscribers? That's not nothing compared to like Sci-Fi Freak, right? Like, it's more than him, and I like shining some light on those creators that I think are smaller, but make good stuff, right? And Sci-Fi is just cool, and obviously so is Suckmutt. To live up to his name, I don't think that he would want to do that. Dude, these are making, like, no fucking event progress. This is annoying. Regardless, yeah, like, I haven't talked to Rowan a ton. Like, I've communicated with them a little bit, but... You get a rat? No! Sci-Fi didn't get a flop it. I'm so sad. He DM'd me like a day after the event, like, hey, cool kid, I tried to find Verminion, I never found it. It's like, fuck, dude, that would have been so funny. Okay, speaking of, like, little trinkets, though, dude, I am so excited for the arrival of the Gaith. You guys know the Gaith? When they did the Pride Month makeshift thing? They did a Cape plushie on makeshift, the Gaith. It's supposed to ship in like September, but I'm excited for that thing. You guys, hold on. The Gaith.
Yes, onward.
Let me just get the picture. You guys haven't seen the Gaith? Well, let me enlighten you. This, my friends, this is the Gaith.
Are you afraid or merely unprepared?
This was the thing they did for Pride Month. They did Kalimos as 1 year as well. I need to get a shelf to display my plushies, because I don't have anywhere to actually put this. But yeah, the Gaith. When they did the Kalimos plushie, they gave her a little doodad, like a cape that was a pride flag. After the gameplay, yeah, I agree with you there, honestly. Like, I've mentioned this before, I don't like showing my builds in my videos and stuff, because I want to teach people how these things work. Like, this is going to be a controversial decision, I already know that. I'm going to get shit for this. In the current, like, script for my Lavos guide that is going to come out eventually, trust, I straight up say in the beginning of the video, I am not showing any builds, and if that's a problem, I'm not, just feel free to leave. I'm not going to waste your time. I'm not going to waste your time. But my goal is not to teach you, or not to just tell you what to do. I want to teach you how this works so you can figure it out for yourself. The analogy I use is it would be like if there was a, like, say that Lavos is like a box of crayons, right? And each different color lets us, draw a picture that is, your Lavos setup and your experience of playing it. Sure, I could draw a picture and then just give it to you, but it might not really work well for you. You might not really like it. But if I just explain to you how to use the box of crayons, then you can eat them, or alternatively, you can draw a picture that might be more aesthetically pleasing to you, right? You're going to eat them, though. Let's be real here. That's what's going to happen. But that's the philosophy that I kind of move forward. Is I don't want to teach you, I don't just want to tell you what to do. Like, here's how I'll put it succinctly. My concept, or my content is supposed to be educational, not prescriptive. I do not want to just tell you what to do. I want to teach you why things work. Unfortunately, the wider Warframe community doesn't give a shit about that, though. So, that's the case. I prey on my crayon? Look, I'm sorry I pronounce it that way. That might be my Midwestern accent question. Copy your Lavos build? No! You cannot. Fuck out of here. Pulling off Warframe? Yeah, like I'm not gonna name names, but there are some Warframe build YouTubers that just steal their builds from like Reddit or other smaller creators. It's pretty shit. One of a bigger creator actually has regularly taken things from weird and obscure stuff and made them into YouTube shorts. I don't care, because it's in the game. It's not like I own the concepts of the thing I talk about. But it's also, like, pretty fucking transparent what they're doing. No, I thought about having a joke about it, where I accidentally opened the upgrade menu, but the whole build is dog shit. It's like a bunch of joke mods. Yeah, my Lavos has Warm Coat and Diamond Skin, Brief Respite, Wolfpack Rounds, Commando Pro. No one here is gonna have seen the video I'm referencing. I'm sure put it in all slots. Do I have to do defense again? Are we dead ass? That's the peculiar mod. That could be heat. That could be heat. Oh, but like, dude, even... So the Hildren video, even in the short time it was up, I got so many comments like, what's your build? And it's like... Look. I don't want to be mean to people who say things like that. I don't. I get it. Sometimes you don't understand a Warframe, and you want a jumping off point. But my issue with that kind of thing is that people are so willing to just outsource the thinking, right? They just don't want to actually learn anything. I don't know, man. It just doesn't... I don't know. I read those comments, and I try not to be upset with these people. But literally, like... It's like... It reminds me of the scene with the seagulls from Nemo, where they're all saying mine. But it's literally just commenters saying build. It's everywhere. All of my videos. Even when it's not relevant at all. People ask for my builds in the fucking hot take video. Dude. That's not even the point of the video. I don't know. Like I said, it's important to me that my content teaches people about how things work. That's a big thing I'm trying to focus on in the Bizarre Balance video. as I've been working on it, is like really getting down to the nuts and bolts of how these things work and why. Like, a significant section of it is talking about the math behind how critical hits in relation to how it affects the tree. Making the orb ballast, orbs, I guess, presumably. Any of your videos, really? I think that one's more of like a... If people think that I'm a furry or not, like, they want confirmation, because if they themselves are a furry, that makes them like me more. And if they're a chud, that makes them hate me. So that's why they want confirmation. It's like a can I like Cool Kid 369 or not button. Dude, these spawns are ass. What the fuck? Your Helios build to the conclave build is broken. Dude, the Warframe content, like, space in general is pretty stagnant, to be honest. There are still a lot of good creators out there, but they're mostly very... I've talked about this before, but the wider Warframe community doesn't care about, like, the game's story or its setting or anything. They don't want to learn. They just don't. They just want to be told what to do, and they want to play the game. And if that's, like, there's a niche for that, there's a space for that. If you want to make that, that's fine. I don't want to make that. I don't. And I'm going to be honest, I think it was a good decision for one major reason. My audience contains very few children. This might sound weird, but I am very glad that I have cultivated an audience of primarily adults. It is a thing I see on a lot of other channels where their content has a low enough, like, barrier to entry that they have a lot of kids in their comment sections. And I just don't want to deal with shit like that. Because kids, I feel like, don't really understand what they should and shouldn't say. Okay, explanation for what I mean by that. There is a small content creator I watch, and I tuned into one of their streams. I wasn't saying much, I was just like, they were they were drawing art, and I was just in their stream, just hanging out. There was like 20 of us in there, and I was working on a video, just listening to it. And this person, with the way that they present themselves, in terms of like their online persona and the content they make, it became very quickly apparent to me their audience contained a lot of children. And one of the children came in, asking them, like, with the way that this was formatted, I could tell this kid could not have been older than 13. And they were, like, explaining in intimate detail that, like, their friend has a problem with self-harm and they don't know what to do. And I want to say, this is a heartbreaking thing to read. It is not the streamer's responsibility. I don't think you should put that on. I'm sorry, I don't. The streamer's not your therapist. I'm sorry that you're in that situation. That's fucked up. But, like, it's not the streamer's responsibility to be your therapist. I think that that's something you should discuss with your parents. I think it's something you should discuss with a trusted adult in your personal life. But children just don't have a conception of that. I see it all the time. They ask questions or seek help in people where it's totally inappropriate. Don't get me wrong. Adults can do this too. There are people even in my own chat that overshare, for sure. But it's not like children. And it's because they're still figuring the world out. Like, I get it. They don't know these things. Important thing to say. Kids aren't dumb. They just don't know stuff yet. And I understand that, especially in a situation like that, it's scary. And you're looking for anyone who might be able to help you. And when you have that parasocial relationship with a content creator, you see them as someone that you can find that in. But of course, when you're older, you realize that's not how this really works. Oh, it's the floor where I can literally do nothing. Mimic. Yeah, I don't know. I'm glad that I haven't cultivated an audience of children to avoid those types of situations. And because, honestly, children in general, I just find annoying. Like, dude, okay, how is everyone out here being exposed for being like a child predator, dude? I fucking hate children. I just think they're annoying. I'm sorry, I don't like being around them. How is like everyone getting canceled for being a child predator? You couldn't pay me money to just be in the same room as a child, dude. Just in general. I don't get it. I don't get it. My brother has erectile dysfunction. Crazy. Look, all I'm gonna say is if you ever hear cool kids not allowed anywhere near a school, it's not because I'm a child predator. It's because I wouldn't stop attacking them. And they had to stop me somehow. That's the reason. That's the reason. That's why that would happen. Look, all I'm saying is I'm dating a guy for a reason. I can certainly try to get him pregnant, but it's not gonna happen, and that's reassuring. Kill Anakin? I didn't say I'd kill them. You're a Caracol, not a pit bull. People mistake the profile picture for a dog often enough, dude. Might as fucking well. Pit bull named Princess. Or is it? Yeah, fucking Vsauce music. Dude, Dante's augment rocks. Not even just from the energy gem perspective, but the silence it provides is so useful. Is it not a dog? Nope. It's not a dog. People don't realize this because it has a long snout, which was a deliberate decision that I asked Rosie to make because I feel like its face looked weird when it had a more cat-like face. It felt like it just, like, it had this, like, unbalanced vibe to it. Dude, my coworker Cam thought it was a fucking kangaroo. Yeah, and that's fair. Some children don't have adults that they can confide in. That's true. But yeah, like I said, I just don't feel like it's fair to the streamer to put that on. The impregnation. I don't think that's how it works. Oh, I'm slow as fuck. Dude, they breaking my legs. They breaking my legs.
Usually, I relish tension.
Oh, pregnant Nitro? Oh, hell no. That reminds me of the worst stream chat message I've gotten, or I definitely up there, where someone just asked, what's the female version of mpreg? Which caused me to just respond, that's just pregnancy, you fucking idiot. Dude, what's the female version of mpreg as an all-timer? What a fucking insane chat message, dude. We did determine, though, that we've determined the 3 different types of pregnancy. You have mpreg, fempreg, which is, you know, for women, and then thempreg, which is for non-binary people. So those are like the 3 versions of pregnancy. Maybe God has abandoned it. Instead of 2 men? Yeah, dude. It's like those things where it's like, are you a man or a woman? Well, my dad was a man and my mom was a woman, so I guess I'm mixed. Mpreg frame? Oh my god, dude. You look like if a man and a woman had a baby. Dude, that's 3 just so fucking funny. Tatanaka. Oh my god. Dude, he might spawn the guy. You guys know what you have to do if he spawns Golfagor and shouts it out. If he says it, you all know what you have to do. Dude, all of his lines are just such, like, earworms. I just quote them randomly because they're iconic. He did it! Golfagor! Holy fuck. Alright, chat. You know what you have to do. You know what you have to do. You know what you have to do. Golfagor. Where even is Rick? I gotta fucking ping this guy. The Gulf of Ghost. Hey, look, it's Vithelus. I'm just fucking gonna put user in time. Just clean up the chat a little bit that way. A prig! Oh, hell no. Oh shit, I forgot that I was in phase 2. I think I got at my least favorite phase 2 attack, though. That's interesting. Wolf of Dawn. Rebecca Ford woke a mind, by the way. I'm in the bubble. Kill the chair! Die. Serial Neuroptics Blueprint. In Colpagor. Dude, Sab once said that about my audience. He called them that. And honestly, I hate that I can't say that word on, like, stream because it was so goddamn funny. Stupid fucking chair die. Yeah, dismantle the cuck throne. Well, I think that's all my week. Actually, hold on. There's one more thing I should do. I have to go talk to Palladino and Teshin. I guess that's 2 things. I thought, yeah. So Roth has 2 attacks that insta-kill you. I have a video on my channel called Analyzing Roth's Boss Fight where I explain them both and how to avoid them. But basically there's one where he'll slam on, like he'll float up into the air and then slam you, and if he hits you with a slam, you just die. But Marie will spawn a reservoir somewhere in the room, and if you bait him into slamming into it, his attack deals no damage and he gets stunned. And then the other one, he'll float up into the air and spawn, like, runes around himself. If you don't collect them all in time, you die. But if you do collect them all in time, then he gets stunned, and Marie and Leon do, like, a combo attack on him. So yeah, he has 2 insta-kill attacks, but they are both telegraphed and counterable if you know to look for them. Occasionally. This one, yeah, the slam one is a little less obvious. Okay. Fuck, thematic link? Oh, hell no. Weekly? Honestly, I don't really agree. I guess it depends on what you value. Dude, I have so many fucking Veiled Rivens. I just don't care to open them. I wonder what Teshin has. Probably nothing good. Shit, my fault, gang. It is good, actually. 64 Veiled Riven Cipher. No, I'm just gonna show you all this. Want to peep some bullshit? You want to get a gauge for how much of a fucking loser I am? Look at this. Hold on, the live reaction's covering this. Look at the amount of Veiled Rivens I have. This is after opening a bunch on a few streams. I have so many. You know what's even worse? Look at this shit. I have 164 blues and 87 Tau Forged blues. The game will not stop giving me this fucking Archon shot. Almost all of these are just from ETA, by the way. Very rarely. Come on. So, yeah, Blue-mageddon. Pretty fucked up. The reason I crash out whenever I get a blue. I don't want that shit. Just fuse them? No. I will not fuse. Also, what the fuck would be the point? I have 87 Tau Forged blues. I'll fuse them when I use them. I can just leave them as is for the time being. Where do we put Dante's skin on the feet tier list? What do we think? How are we feeling? What do we think, gamers? On stream? I don't... Why are you asking? Why are you asking? Damn, why have you could go for a good claw job? Dude, why the fuck do I even ask?
Operator, Ortiz has determined
Alt helmet? I can show it off, yeah. This is his regular helmet, I guess. Honestly, not terrible. His deluxe. And then this guy. Honestly, Dante's regular helmet doesn't look too bad with this. I do quite like his alt helm, though, with, like, the fucking eye. Thank you for the 5. And I'm sorry you're wasting so much money. You could have bought, like a Long John Silver's family combo. You could ask for one achievable change directly to DE. What would you... That's honestly tough. If it's, like, one... If it can't be that complicated, if it has to be, like, one change... without being too overly complicated, I stand by my opinion that we should have more starter slots. If I could convince them of, like, that one change, I think it'd be better for the game over. Alternatively, changing Heat Inherit so that instead of it being the first stack, it's the highest of all of, like, any stacks that enter it. Recolor Neptune? Fuck you, LU. If they recolor Neptune, I'm killing myself. Yeah, I feel like Heat and Air would be another good one for me. Is like, please fix this. Yes, the Dante Cantus helmet. Another bite. Fuck it, let's do it. Let's transmute a bite right now. First try. Watch. That's another airplane outside, dude. I'm gonna lose it. Boom. That's not bite. What if I have 8,000 revenges? And my goal is to crack 10k. That's the goal. Dude, I have more melee ribbon mods than metal fibers. What the fuck? That's wild. Let's gamble. Dude, actually, low-key, high noon. That's actually really good. That's a really good thing to pull from a transmutation. Bullet Dance is generally considered the better stance, but... Gotta play Kome. Which endo do you have in there? 1.1 million, I think. Sudden Impact? That's like what's like, you know, when I run over a family of 4 when I'm drunk driving. Gleaming Talon. Okay. 4 riders. That's a good good dance, I guess. Blood for energy? Actually, that's a pretty good mod. If I needed it, I wouldn't be upset about that. No return? I mean, yeah, from the gambling addiction, I guess not. Sudden Impact again? That's not great. Another untrail... Okay, what the fuck is happening? Bleeding Edge? Bleeding Edge is another one of those mods where I feel like you could, you know... That's like a mod that you could run on your dick. Like, we had the whole, like, what melee stance do you use on your dick discussion? Bleeding Edge could also be a mod that you put on your dick, for sure. Magazine Warp? Concealed explosives? Dude, that's what I bring into the airport. That's a joke. That's a joke. To be clear, that's a fucking joke. It's a fucking joke. Hi, Wally Preemptive. LU. to the companies. You know, fair enough, fair enough. Thank you for stopping by. Dude, I do look like a terrorist. Yes, I do look like a terrorist. Steel fiber. Dude, this is like a CSGO video. Like, all right, guys. Today, we're doing trade-up contracts for the rare bite. Split chamber. For every transmutation where I don't get bite, I put another staple into my ball sack. Dude, what the fuck am I saying? What the fuck am I saying? Every failed transmute. Just a fucking... I don't even own a stapler. I don't even fucking own a stapler. Taking you to the bed again? Ending the stream right now. What did I join it on? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Give me 500 free pulls. I don't know why I'm even bothering with this. I've gotten bite like twice on stream. I don't really know if it'd be funny again if I got it the third time. I don't have the live lesbian reaction here. I don't know if we've got like the same effectiveness. One more nail that gets added? Yeah, exactly. Necromech flow? Is that like when he starts rapping? That'd be kind of heat, actually. Shredder? Like the Ninja Turtles bad guy? Hush? Damn. I think, guys, I don't think we're getting it. We'll do a few more. We'll do a few more. Continuous misery? Fuck, if that's not exactly what's happening right now, I don't know what is. I'm just getting fucking bronze mods now, dude. They're fucking toying with... This game is after me, dude. Yeah, there's another one. Cryo round? Okay, dude, fuck it. One more. Last one before I finally quit gambling forever. Vital Sense? Well, at least it was a gold. And then the one from now is Bite. What's your source? Spirit Signals? Yeah, I have them both. I actually really like Ryoku's. Not a huge fan of Vina's, but... yeah. Really do like Ryoku's. This one's fucking sick. Not a huge fan of the Vina. Said so? Fuck. That's convincing. The acquisition, I thought it was neat. It wasn't as... hell. It wasn't as involved as I hoped it would be. I was honestly hoping it would be more interesting or more in-depth. But it was cool. I didn't hate it, but... Like I said, I don't know. I wish it was more complicated than just, like, pushing buttons or stuff. Welp, everyone. You know what time it is. I have to go visit Wall. I don't think I'm going to keep this for much longer. We've been live for, like, 4 hours. 4.5. For Signas? Yeah, I agree. I think that's, like, a big thing that Signas have needed is the additional access. For sure. Alright, everyone, it's time for our certified lurker moment. You've just been hanging out in the chat, you know, haven't been saying much. Go ahead and give me a hi, Wally. Let me know that you're here and that you're alive. You know, Wally also just likes when we greet, obviously. So, I don't know if he's in the chat at the moment. Wallace must be greeted. It is customary on this channel to greet Wallace. I think the lighting in here is working. Nope, still broken. For mink claw job? God damn it, why did I read that? Did his internet go out? Maybe. The last I heard, he finally escaped enrichment labs, but I don't know what he's been up to since.
Orders reminds the operator to take time for themselves. Pressure creates
Other
diamonds,
room.
yes.
That's the
It also creates rubble.
You get this from the Vista Suite, or for the Vista Suite after you finish the Duviri Paradox. I think my favorite. Okay, minor peeve. You see, this looked like a nice view of Earth. Then you pick it. This fucking lens flare. Oh, it pisses me off, dude. That random lens flare. It's not there in the preview, but it's there in the thumbnail image, and it's there in the final product. Oh, I fucking hate it. I fucking hate that lens. Ruins the whole thing. Ruins the whole hospital. Holy shit, Wally is here. That's another fucking helicopter. I hope that dude just fucking unleash the Hellfire missiles on me, dog. Just fuck it. Take me out. I don't even care. Well, they're audible. Oh no, they're audible to me. That's the problem. I hear them. I don't want to hear them. Neptune. Flying over your house? Yeah, they're fucking bombing me as we speak. Make that lens flare? Damn it. This is like the iPhone developers all over again. Favorite blue planet? Yeah, my favorite blue planet. Don't live next to an airport. I really had no choice. No other apartment was like within my budget that had everything that I want. On the planter, they were supposed to cover up Dominus Thrax when he was here. During the event, Operation 8 Claw, he was in the Dorma Zone as a vendor, and I covered him up with the pot, and then just put the Nexifera on his head. Is Pluto? I have some dire news for you, gamer. God damn it. Actually, hold on. I wonder if I can... emotes. All the way to the end. Pluto. I know I've talked about this many times before, but I want to talk about it again. You see Pluto here? Pluto in Warframe. This is not Pluto. Warframe came out in 2013. We did not have high-quality photos of Pluto at that time. That wasn't until New Horizons in 2015. This is a color-shifted photo of the moon Ganymede. The largest moon in the solar system, Jupiter's moon. It's rotated, and it's color-shifted. You see the, yeah. Shit, hold on. What the fuck is... What did I just move? Can I rotate this, please? Yeah. Kind of see it like that. It's not Pluto. Now, I will say, I think I have a picture of Pluto on my computer, right? Yeah, this is what Pluto actually looks like. It's pretty cool. It honestly, fucking insane we even have this photo, by the way. Have you been to Pluto? Yes, I have. I go there each summer for vacation. It's colder there. The Ocean of Blood? Yeah, it's an Iron Lung reference. That's where they actually filmed Iron Lung. What is this? Oh, yeah, this was the thing explaining how far away the different planets were. Can we peep the merch? Yeah, I mean, I guess if you want, you can peep the merch. Hold up. Having a moment. Varuna. The original Varuna, because I never copied this over to the new one. Yeah, peep the merch. We got the shoulders. We got the dude, peep the merch. Peep the merch. Thank you for the 50. Hoping for another astronomy warm episode someday. But for now, good night / morning / afternoon or whatever time of day it is. Yeah, so I will say, I spoke about this before. I would love to make another astronomy of Warframe, but it's just not financially viable. They take a huge amount of work to make. Like, the Venus video took me 3 weeks of work. I believe it was. No, it was 6 weeks of work to make the Venus video. Right, because I was still working my part-time job at the time. So, config A now. I mean, I could. I think it would change her preview picture to use the Void Shell skin, though. That might be kind of annoying. Anyways, I would love to make more Astronomy of Warframe, but they just don't perform well for the insane amount of effort. People have told me to, like, crowdfund the creation of the next one, but that would just cost way too much for me to feel good about raising that money from fans. Like, honest to God. I love the series. I think that, like, the Astronomy of Warframe is probably the most, like, interesting and original series idea I've ever had. And I would love to revisit it someday. I've had some people even reach out to me like, hey, I'm like an astronomy major, like an astrophysics major, and I would love to help you with this. But just for the time being, I just can't really continue it. It's just not sustainable enough, I guess, which sucks. I'd love to do more, but it would be crazy. Yeah, I could make $240. That's not enough to make the next Astronomy of Warframe. But you know, it would be crazy. Thank you for the 10. The Astronomy Bribery Fund grows. No, I think when I mathed it out, it would have to be like would have to be close to like $1,000, like at least. Based on how long it took me to make the other ones and how much I'd be missing out on like other content I could be making. For $10. You know what? I'm feeling wrathful. I'm feeling wrathful. It's Wrath Month. It's Wrath Month. I think we should kill someone. I think that the Jade Light needs to be broken out. I think we need to break out the Jade Light. Someone's getting vaporized. All right, everyone, the official Cool Kid execution. Who's becoming green? It's not Wisp. Right? The winner is Ghost to Ninja Smoke. Congrats for receiving it. Thank you for the 10 memberships from Quinn the Vixen. Now another batch of people are getting Jade Lighted. You're all being executed. Stay gray. Dude, there are so many... God damn it. This is the fucking email notifier for my invoice for paying for that. Dude, this is the Operation Belly of the Beast up in this bitch. I'm sorry for everyone who's fallen to being green, but it had to happen. I'm green for an amazing reason. Dude, you have been greened. You have been greened. Pelly? God damn it. Dude, now you guys can use the funny emotes. We can hit them with the, like that. I need to add more emotes, dude. I never got around to it. I need to add more. There's some funny shit that I could add for sure. Hold on, let me look at my folder real quick. Do I ever think I could just, like, add, like, soon? I don't know. I don't feel like any of these. At least we have Cuck. Get your own glyph. It's not a glyph. It's my clan icon. Back in Shadowgrapher, I think it was, they added the ability to have a clan glyph prism. Ooh, hold up. This would be a good one. Can I add this, like, right now? Wait a minute. Ooh, I think this one could be funny. I don't know if it would work, but it could be funny. Member. Is it in this tab? Where do I upload the fucking custom emojis again? I don't remember where I even put this. Is it under customization? God damn it. I can't find this fucking thing. Hold up. No. I need to do this before I leave. Where do you add the... I need them. I need them. Okay, hold on. I think I found it. It needs to be 32 by 32 pixels? Oh, no, that's the minimum size, but it has to be less than a megabyte. Ah, fuck. These are too big. Hold up. Hold up. I promise... Look, I know I'm ignoring the chat right now. I promise this will be worth it. I promise this will be funny. I promise this will be funny. I need to put this in here. I need to go to the scale image. I just fucking cut it in half. Let's make it like maybe like 512 by 512. Scale. Okay, hold on. Please tell me that's just small enough. I hope it works, like, immediately. I don't know if it will. What the fuck? Some motherfucker's revving his motorcycle outside. I'm fucking busy. Okay, hold on. I don't know if this is even going to be, like, that visible. Okay, hold on. Let me see if it showed up. Might have to refresh the page, actually. Shit. I didn't think about that. Hold on, let's do it like this. Let's do it like this. Let me go to the live stream on my actual channel. I hope this worked. It's here. The actually... I don't think you can really see the details very well. Hold on. Let me just show on screen. Let me just show this on screen. It's this image. It's this image. I have some others that I could add. Like, I don't know what this is supposed to convey as, like, an emotion. But I could add this. This thing. I don't know what it would, like, be for. But it could be funny. I don't know if there's anything else in here that would be worth adding. The creature. I just love seeing this image. It's called gooning.png on my computer. I don't remember why this got made. I don't remember why this got made. I really don't. Propeller hat? Yeah, it's called being whimsical. Dude, fuck it. Hold on. I want to add the scrungly as an emote. I think that'll be funny. Badges and emoji. This has got to be small enough it'll fit, right? There's no fucking way that's too big. Fuck, dude. Where did it go? I lost the mother... Not the right file format? Oh, wait, no, there. Just call it scrungly. That's fun. What else do I have? Yeah, we have Yippee. Okay. Can we get a nitro emote? I don't know if I have anything that are like small enough. I don't have like a ton of shit posts involving nitro on my computer. Yeah, I don't know if I have anything that would actually work. I do have some banger images though, like nitro in the glue hat. This one's pretty good. There's also obviously this banger. That one's also pretty good. Do Cool Kid Inflation PNG? I don't think you could recognize it. I think it might be a little too small. Evil and intimidating. True. Well. There are all the bangers that Wisp has drawn, I guess. Everything that Wisp has ever drawn is the best thing ever. I just want to make that clear. I remember I said before we could do a Cool Kid 369 Shatter tier list, but the number one is just Wisp. That one's spoken for. Blueprint bribed me into him being number 2. You guys can all fight over the 3rd spot. But it's you and Nitro. That would be kind of fire. Duality assuring horrors. Can I be last? I mean, like, if you want to be. The last one has to be Zethos, actually. You can't be last. It has to be Zethos. Just to keep this going. Or maybe Bayrot. Bayrot could also be, like, last on the tier list. I feel like that... Robin would also be, you know, up. Like, if there's going to be, like, a tier for ops, it's definitely those 3 at least. Would be Robin, Bayrot, and Zethos. I think Wesky probably belongs there, too. I haven't seen them in a while, though. Dude, porn bots are in the high tier. I miss the porn bots. I do. They had, dude, Cool Dad's a top tier chatter. He was my coworker, dude. He was my coworker from my prior job. He started that bit. He started role playing as my dad in chat, and I told him he should probably make an alt account, like an alt account for it, because I was worried people were gonna think he was my actual dad and start like harassing him. So we became Cool Dad 369, and dude, that had crazy cultural impact. Crazy cultural impact. The Cool Blank 369 trend I've never recovered from. You guys remember when this happened? I do. I certainly do. Anyhow, you are blessed, Jew. I should probably end the stream here. Like I said, the Bizarre Balance video is currently in the works. My hope is that'll be out by Wednesday. It might be a little later. Depending. But my goal is to have that out by Wednesday. And then the Amisha video by the end of the week. That's the current hope, at least. So yeah, that stuff should be getting done soon-ish. More normal content soon. That's what I'm trying to, Okay, hell. Sorry, I'm tired. That's what I'm trying to say. Mr. Tenokan is my father. Deadass. Yeah, normal content resuming soon-ish. I will say I am going on vacation in August. Like, the first week of August, I'm going back to Iowa for a bit, so there won't really be anything in the works then. But, did you get all the decrees yet? Yeah. Red arrows. Oh, yeah, I forgot about this. I forgot I made this. Will you bring me back some corn? No. Zethos, you're lucky I haven't found you. Is this true? Yes. Where's the giant ant? What about him? Make a fault finder emoji? What about him, Wisp? Oh, whoa, he's getting jiggy with it now. Ooh, dude, fuck. He got hit by the steamroller. He got hit by the steamroller. How could they do this to him? Do you see that? Are y'all seeing this? Are y'all seeing this? They steamrolled him. They steamrolled him. That's so fucked up. You know, what if I just played through a normal mission sometime with the red arrows on? That could be cool. Doing Coco Melon shit to us? Yeah, deadass. Well, I'm gonna go ahead, well, let's do some... the fucking... I'm gonna regret. I'm immediately gonna regret that. Wait, the squiggly didn't get added. Image aspect ratio must be 1:1. Is it not? It's a fucking square! This is gonna be, like, slightly off, isn't it? I thought that got published, but I guess not. Hold up. I'm doing this before I leave, because it'll be funny. I can never find this fucking image. Hold on. Yeah, image... scale image? No, sorry. It's image fucking... Okay, hold on. Here it is. How is that not a fucking 1 by... Okay, fine. I'll make them a little bit longer, I guess. Fuck you, YouTube. Fuck you. Okay, save and publish. For no reason now? Shit, fair enough. Okay, now it should? There it is. There it is. There it is. I don't know what emotion any of these are supposed to convey, and I don't even care anymore. Zata emoji? Shit, that could be fire. Even just having, like, the true emoji. Hold up. Not Zata's Whisper. I need Zata just like the Requiem. Can I get, like, the... There was a glyph for it, right? Glyph. Can I find the Zata Requiem glyph? Shut up, fucking Windows. What do you mean there's no fucking Zata? I could have sworn there was a Zata glyph. I'm on the goddamn page for glyphs. Where is it? Thank you for the 20. Hold on, I need to pull this up so I can read your name. Samuel Emmert, I think that says. To be clear, the biggest reason I want to see another astronomy is because you're clearly passionate about it. If that passion is gone, then so be it. But I'm still in the bribery fund shall grow. Well, like I mentioned earlier, if you were here for it, I still would love to make more. It's just that I don't feel like it's financially viable. I think it'd be fun. I had a lot of fun making the other ones, but I just don't think it's financially viable to make more. If it ever is, I definitely do more of them, but look at Zata. Look, like, I know that there's, like, the grandmother sells them, I think, right? Hold up. Glyph. Aren't they just called, like... Yeah, dude, look, it's right here. Zata. Why is this not on the wiki? I just need the fucking glyph. God damn it. Dude, fuck it. I just gotta end the stream, man. I can't take it anymore. Another tile set secrets vid. I want to do one on, like, the labs or the Zeraman, but it's also kind of on the back burner because that video also just didn't perform great. Curse of Knowing. I just joined. Well, you see, I'm ending it now to screw with you specifically. Fire Giant's balls. I hope I'm reading that right. The stream is over now. Make sure to like and subscribe if you believe in a freer Albania. Free from what? I haven't gotten that far. But yeah, the stream's over. Thanks for watching. Make sure to brush your teeth twice a day. And I'm gonna go kill myself.